Gonna be which one? This one? Nope.
This is a whole thing. Hey everybody, welcome, and welcome to the 5th annual 360 Open Summit. We are back, we are in person, very clearly in a packed room.
Humans!
And we could not be more thrilled than to welcome you all here to Brussels.
I think we get to clap now again.
Yeah,
I'm just going to do that.
If you don't know who we are, my name's Graham Brookie. I'm the director of the Digital Forensic Research Lab here at the Atlantic Council.
And I'm Rose Jackson. I'm the director of our Democracy and Tech Initiative, which is also at the Atlantic Council, it turns out. And it's been 2 very long years since we've all gathered in person in some place other than perhaps a Zoom screen. I should have brought a cardboard cutout to make this a little more normal for you, perhaps. And I think it's fair to say that since the last time we all gathered together as humans in a large, packed, but very safe room, some things changed.
Seriously? Yeah, this is true. A global pandemic, countless elections around the world, one very notable insurrection,
That.
shifting geopolitical winds, supply chain issues, and an unjustified war on European soil fueled by authoritarianism, corruption, and disinformation.
I mean, absolutely all of those things, certainly. But I was kind of thinking a little bit more about the fact that the DFRLab, the last time you did this, was like 5 people around a small table. And we're here right now with all of these people in the room, 40 staff with the Digital Forensic Research Lab spread around the world, and of course our audience joining us online from around the world. So that looks a little different too.
This is true. We have collectively made a lot of progress. And the last time we gathered in person, it was in London, and we were still all answering questions that I'm sure everybody in this room is used to, like, is everything on the internet a Russian bot?
And now we just have Elon.
Tweet
Kevin.
about it in a minute.
Yay!
Yeah.
But seriously, the community that is dedicated to a shared set of facts and looking at how technology is funded, built, and governed has grown so much in the last 2 years.
I mean, we're joined today by more than 100 independent researchers, journalists, students, and civil society reps from just shy of 50 different countries around the world. And especially taking part in our Digital Sherlock's program. During the pandemic, what we did was we shifted the Digital Sherlock's program to an entirely virtual setting. And what we were able to do was gather, 1,500 people from 114 plus countries. So we're extraordinarily excited to have the best of the best Digital Sherlocks here with us today.
We should also note, though, that we've lost some along the way, including someone who was a mentor, a friend, and an inspiration to many people in this room. She was also one of our most notable Digital Sherlocks.
I'm delighted to be in Berlin, and I want to thank the Atlantic Council's Digital Forensic Research Lab for inviting me to participate in what is truly a unique summit. I've had many titles throughout my career, and I've also been called a few names, some of them flattering, some of them not so much. So, but after participating in yesterday's geolocation challenge, I can add the other of being a digital Sherlock.
Secretary Madeleine Albright dedicated her life to the democratic cause. She understood better than most that democracy depends on ownership. And we're proud of our Sherlock's program being built on that model, helping more people build more resilient ecosystems, information ecosystems in their own communities. Because we all know that democracy and the internet is systemic.
I think, though, we might be getting a little ahead of ourselves because, again, I don't know if we've noticed, there's real humans in a room, and so we maybe should tell you what to expect over the next 2 days.
We've got an incredible 2 days covering everything from the role of information operations in the attempted Russian invasion of Ukraine to Web 3,
Whatever that is.
to trust and safety in augmented reality and virtual reality settings.
This conference is actually 3 separate conferences, and obviously we have this beautiful main stage right here and a room over there.
This room is where the vast majority of the public programming will happen, and it's where our virtual audience will also join.
We also have a series of side sessions happening throughout the conference, some of which already started this morning and many of you attended.
Most of those sessions will occur on the 3rd floor. So if you got lost a little bit, we're on the 4th floor, they're on the 3rd floor.
And we've got, of course, as we just said, our Digital Sherlocks program with more than 100 people selected from the global program we run around the world here to level up their investigatory skills, collaborate with one another, learn from our incredible partners. You'll see them in and out of this room. They're here right now. And so I do just want to take a moment to say welcome and thank you all for coming. Many of you came from extremely far away, and we're really happy to have you here.
And I'm the logistics guy. The Sherlocks also says, if you don't get that, Google it later. But it is a room where one of the original places where the European Commission came together.
And just around the corner here, where most of your coffee breaks will take place, we have an interactive exercise that will be running throughout the conference. So encourage you, when you're taking breaks or in between things, to go check it out, read the prompts, interact with it, and we'll keep you updated throughout the 2 days.
It's Rose and I, so obviously we've been making a lot of jokes about how notable it is that we're all here in real life.
We didn't say they were good jokes.
You can expect more of them, however. But we know that a lot of us are still adjusting. And it's a little bit weird.
Just to encourage you, we really thought about making the third floor, we'll call it the 360 lounge, where you can take a breather, you can do some work, you can get a little bit space, but all while watching the programming that's happening right up here on a big giant screen in the room.
We're also just really grateful for every one of you being kind and considerate and helping to take care of one another. That's literally what is behind our ability to get this amount of people together globally at this stage in the pandemic.
Now, if that seems like a lot to keep track of, it's because it is. We have a solution for you. So we're going to ask you to do something a little kitschy right now. If you can all take out your phones. Go ahead. Each of you should have just received an email.
Received an email.
Maybe, if it worked. And if it didn't work, then you weren't supposed to receive an email. And instead, go search for it. I promise you it's worth it. We're going to be using that app throughout the conference, not only for you to encourage you to get on the app and make sure that you're part of the conversation. We'll make sure every single panel has a little bit of time towards the end so that it is truly an interactive experience.
There's a lot going on, and very much on theme. It is our contested reality. So, an undertaking the size of 360 OS.
Mentioning how pleased we are in particular to 360 OS and throughout the week online. We encourage you to check that out, as well as to find the RightsCon room that we have, where we'll be streaming sessions from RightsCon happening throughout the conference so that you are tied in to both communities. We'll be co-hosting a keynote conversation with RightsCon tomorrow between Nobel Peace Prize winning journalist Maria Ressa and U.S. Secretary of State Antony Blinken, among a number of other exciting panels.
In addition to RightsCon, the National Democratic Institute, International Republican Institute, the Organized Crime and Corruption Reporting Project, and the 9 civil society organizations committed to the Action Coalition on Meaningful Transparency are just a handful of the partnerships that made the next 2 days of programming possible.
Please look at the amazing slate on the screen, because we don't want to bore you by reading everything. But I should say, we say it often, but the point of 360 OS, what makes it genuinely special and different is community. It's a cross-section of the truly global group of people working at the intersection of tech and democracy. And we hope that our stage, our site...
To our presenting partners that made this summit possible, namely the United States mission to the European Union, who we will hear from shortly, as well as the UK's Foreign Commonwealth and Development Office. Of course.
And it goes without saying that 360 OS is further strengthened by the valuable inputs of practitioners from industry like Meta and Twitter, and the government representatives from over a dozen countries globally, including Canada Global Affairs and the Danish Foreign Ministry, who are supporting a range of main stage and side programming at the conference as well.
And conversations with communities not just here in the European Union.
Works. That we're all hoping for.
And an opportunity to be in the same place at the same time enough. And it's rare to have a true team. And so our experience here today is because everybody across the DFRLab chips in. In fact, you may have been checked in by one. So thank you to the DFRLab staff.
All right. Back to business. We're excited to have you, and how much the ways we address the issues we're talking about has changed over the last few years.
We've come to know that if you want to talk about disinformation, you also have to talk about tech policy.
Industry has found new and different ways to address the digital ecosystem. Civil society is continuing to drive forward action and solutions. This year's theme, contested realities.
Connected futures.
There are vastly different and conflicting versions of what the world is, what the world should be, and what's possible.
This is true.
Whether democracies or authoritarian governments are better at governing.
Whether there's still an interconnected global internet.
Who should hold power?
Should pineapple go on pizza?
It's the incisive questions you came here for. But regardless of where someone comes down on those very disjointed, it depends on everyone going it alone. It depends on the global community ceding the power of collective action and shared values.
It's no accident that we're here today in the European Union and in Brussels, which is the heart of so many of these important conversations on tech policy.
There's also waffles.
And chocolate.
It's another good reason. But it's also no accident that the next guest we're going to introduce was selected to be the US representative to the European Union here in Brussels.
A storied career that includes being the US ambassador to Romania prior to this, a longtime aide to the President of the United States, a lot of experience in privately on tech. Ambassador Mark.
Yeah. So thank you, Rose and Graham. You stole my opening line, which was that when I grew up, I wanted to be a digital Sherlock in the world, except it's wonderful to see many of my colleagues from the National Security Council, USAID, the Departments of Commerce and State, and to our partners from the European External Action Service and from Canada, Denmark, Estonia, Latvia, Lithuania of the globe. And finally, I'd like to make resilient democracies and information ecosystems around the world, and who are here from Nigeria, Ghana, India, Ukraine, Georgia, Romania, Macedonia, Poland, the Philippines, Indonesia, Brazil, Argentina, Venezuela, and many others. Good morning, everyone, and welcome. This conference, organized so professionally by the Atlantic Council Digital Forensic Research Lab, has been 3 years, in the making. While we weren't able to hold an in-person conference in June of 2020, the focus of this conference, Disinformation and Kremlin, President Putin's brutal invasion of Ukraine and the information war against the international order have highlighted the new sense of urgency. We in this room all understand the importance of our work in the context of this current crisis. Believe me, I do. I work on it every day here in Brussels, on everything from export controls to financial sanctions to humanitarian aid. Our work is the subject, but rather than I want to remind my fellow Americans in the room how important is your work for our country, and I hope to persuade where in the world. In America, we learned this famous story in our so-called civics courses. Constitutional Convention in Philadelphia in 1787. And when asked what his colleagues had created in this secret meeting, he responded, quote, "A republic if you can keep it. A republic if you can keep it." I have always thought that he meant it was the responsibility of every citizen, but most important, of an informed electorate to preserve and defend democracy. Think about the importance of the word informed. By definition, it meant that the free flow of accurate information was the lifeblood of democracy. And when President Biden says that the work of our generation was to save the soul of our country and preserve democracy in the face of autocracy, he meant in part to ensure that public opinion was not manipulated by disinformation or propaganda. If power and technology can manipulate opinion, majority vote is not the bulwark of democracy. A lynch mob is majority vote. Fascism often takes power by majority vote. So your work is indeed existential, not simply for democracy in America, but across the globe. To close, I know you are thinking about these issues as carefully as we are, and I look forward to hearing about the results from this conference. I would also like to thank specific and Rose, Kelsey Henquinet, and Nicholas Yap. Thank you. Now let us begin. Thank you.
All right, let us begin. If we're going to go with Benjamin Franklin references, we're going to start with a lightning talk. If you don't know why that is a reference, Google it later. I'd like to introduce my close colleague, Andy Carvin, who is the managing editor of the Digital Forensic Research Lab.
Thanks, Graham. I appreciate it. So I have the honor of managing a team of nearly 20 researchers and editors across 5 continents. They spend their day using everything in their power to get to the truth and teach other people how to do the same. I'm honored by the fact that almost all of them are here today. You'll get a chance to meet them in different sessions. In fact, we're going to have a current colleague and a former colleague in this lightning talk talking about some of our most recent work in Ukraine and Russia. Having said all that, we are one person short. We are one person short because our colleague, Roman Osadchuk, is soon after the invasion. And as part of that declaration, they said fighting-age males may not leave the country. So Roman has been joining us via Zoom for the last several months. Sometimes in hotels, some information narratives have been used to make a case. Welcome Roman Osadchuk to the virtual stage. Now, Roman, I wish so badly that you could be here in person, but we do the best we can because it's so important for you to be able to tell the story of your work and what you've been experiencing in Ukraine. None of this is particularly new in many ways because the Kremlin has been targeting Ukraine with narratives for many years. There have been many attempts that are ongoing to dehumanize Ukrainians, to essentially portray them as less than human. How has Putin weaponized dehumanization, and what have been the consequences of that?
Thank you, Andy. Between the neighboring countries and ex-Soviet Union parts, but it was always not the union of the equal. It was rather not that ideal Russias elsewhere that should be, I don't know, joined by with their Western cultures and not actually the ones that actually should decide on anything. So since 2014, when Ukrainians actually protested against ex-president's decision to not to sign an agreement with European Union, Russia launched an avalanche of different disinformation against Ukrainians, trying to deny the notorious example of endowment. And what we see now is that all of this dehumanization throughout the first 24 years after the Soviet Union collapse led to the atrocities that we could see and actually unfortunately massacre.
The course of the year leading up to the invasion, aggressive narratives been somewhere around 90 days. These allow the Kremlin to say that
we actually disseminated across Russian media, but some of them were actually, I don't know, extremely laughable by the people then, because they were aimed at both external audiences and internal audiences, but honestly, no large institution or respectable institution or media on the West actually believed into them. So the things like Ukrainians are building biolabs, so this like never dying narrative that is at least 7 years old, and things like that. Ukraine would attack Russia, even though they amassed more than 100,000 troops near the Ukrainian borders, which actually, even from the logical standpoint, seems incredible. But still, mainly they were for the consumption of the internal audience of Russia and Russians abroad, because I don't know any people and media that actually believe this, because we caught Kremlin speakers and pro-Kremlin proxies on lies multiple times. Like one notable example is that 1 week prior to the invasion on the February 18th, so-called republics, TNR and LNR, announced evacuation because there was like some emergency that Ukraine is about to attack or something like this. And the metadata of those files actually proved that those videos were pre-recorded a few days before. So it was premeditated action, not because a response to some action and something ongoing situation, but something that was premeditated in advance. And yeah, those things just show that there was a huge spike in different narratives just to prepare people that Ukraine is behaving badly. So I'm using air quotes here a lot, but it's basically narrative that they try to portray for their internal audience. So they need to do something to justify their decision to invade. But most of them actually crumble under the few Google search or just basic fact checking, nothing more.
Roman, you clearly have internet connection right now, and you're live, and so there's that. But you've been running capacity building programs from various undisclosed locations, including underground locations at random points, right? A number of the digital Sherlocks have seen Roman and with stranger backgrounds than like we always do on A, how everything is going, B, what you're up to today. There were air raid sirens.
Shelter as of now. When there is like some air raid sirens, you need to hide behind 2 walls if you cannot reach the shelter, or go to the shelter. But yeah, because of the 21st century and all the luxuries that technologies bring us, I could be with you now, talk to you over the internet, discuss the malign narratives.
I'm going to bring up a few other colleagues right now, but it's good to see you, man. I'm glad that you can join, and we miss you.
Thank you for having me, and miss you too.
Thanks, Roman. Stay safe, please. So Roman is part of a team of more than half a dozen researchers that have been focusing specifically on tracking narratives coming from the Kremlin, going back over the last year and even before that. And so right now, I'd like to welcome Ingrid Dickinson and Nika Alexeyeva to talk about some of the research we've been doing, specifically on how Kremlin narratives have been dispersed and weaponized on the Telegram network.
Ukrainians are Russophobic Nazis. Ukraine military men are violent to their own citizens. And the West is not looking forward to welcome Ukraine. These were the most common narratives Kremlin media was consistently pushing for all these 8 years. We reviewed over 3,000 photos, staged events and provocations, as well as 2014, Minsk Agreement was signed. And this information turned more nuanced. We could see more manipulation, say, oh, that's a Western manufactured strive for democracy. Shooting at the Maidan, it's done by the protesters themselves to frame Yanukovych's riot police. Kremlin used AIDS, cholera, measles, and even partially it dates back to at least a biological bomb, and helped to justify the research we were doing. Thanks.
To preview a project, the time period too. some example allegations of, we did this in order to identify the spread and engagement that each event received. We picked December 17th as the start date for this collection in order to, according to Russia, reduce tensions in Europe. This included things along the lines of barring Ukraine from joining NATO and returning NATO forces to their 1997 positions. Fortunately for you all, we don't have time to walk you through all 70 of these. Firstly, let's see, I haven't used this yet. Okay. Well, I think you all got a little accidental. Is made up of allegations of humanismophobia, as well as actions of the Ukrainian government against its people. And then the final category is comprised of alleged military provocations on behalf of Ukraine, many of which have already been debunked or proved to be false flags. So we've split up the data into these 4 categories. As you can see, one example here of the Ukrainian involvement with chemical, biological, and/or nuclear weapons, really to help us start visualizing what the Russian information space was looking like at various points throughout this collection period. Basically, and intensified into more concrete and sensations that were being shared many times a day on Telegram. This increase in frequency of these accusations and their levels of engagement was most noticeable in the final week leading up to the invasion. This is all just preliminary data that we have in the meantime, but DFRLab plans to release further research in the future on this, so keep an eye out for that. I'll hand it back to Nika.
Thank you, Ingrid, very much. So to conclude, we see that Kremlin used these 8 years to create narratives completely based on lies. Fact-checkers, disinformation researchers, open source investigators, and media literacy trainers. They did a great job to prepare Western audiences, but Russia's audience is beyond our reach. The current media landscape in Russia makes it almost impossible to reach a regular person in Russia's countryside watching television every evening. Telegram is almost the only remaining platform which makes it theoretically possible that this person will go and read a channel by independent Russian media pushed in exile. But not if Kremlin has already primed its audience. Our aim with this research is to understand how Kremlin lies are being disseminated, has been, is, and will.
And Ingrid, our next conflict in Ukraine right now. So I'd like to welcome to the stage Alice Stolmeyer, who is the Executive Director of Defend Democracy, based right here in Brussels. Welcome to the stage, Alice.
Panel, open source developments of the war. In this session, leading open source practitioners will discuss how the open source community has grown. While we are all glad to see it, sad and concerning. A little more than 100 days ago, war has come back to Europe. Energy, inflation order is over. History is back. Let's be clear. Russia's war is not just on Ukraine. It's on freedom and democracy. So whether we like it or not, for Putin, we are a party to his war. Meanwhile, we can only be in awe of the fierce resistance by and resilience of. Who hasn't seen a meme of a Ukrainian tractor towing away a Russian tank? This war is inextricably linked to digital technologies. Think of AI for verifying viral videos. However, this nexus has not only manifested in the information domain, but also in new forms of gathering, verifying propaganda, disinformation, and polarizing content in general other digital technologies are playing a crucial and constructive role in the... Lubov, I'm starting with you. You're the founder and the first head of the Center for Strategic Communication and Information Security in Ukraine. You're one of the leading experts on hybrid threats in your country and an advisor to the Minister of Foreign Affairs on countering disinformation. Prior to joining the government, you also led the Hybrid Warfare Analytical Group of the NGO Ukraine Crisis Media Center. Lubov, while Russia's unprovoked brutal war on Ukraine has drawn renewed international scrutiny and action against Russia, this is not Ukraine's first experience as the victim of Russian imperialism, aggression, and information warfare. While this historic relationship spans centuries, could you briefly contextualize the current conflict with an emphasis on the role of propaganda, information warfare, and foreign influence since the fall of the Soviet Union?
Thank you. Thank you for the invitation and thank you for the opportunity to speak about the Russian war in Ukraine and the fight of my people. Yes, to do this the Second World War, but the First World War by thousands of people. And this became possible because of very, very modern things. This war is extremely cruel, of entire native human being. Or I think is special because it exposes the crisis of values in the West. It shows that some of these values are very declarative and they're not followed by actions, unfortunately. We witnessed that, huge Leviathan has grown up next to us with extremely chauvinistic, racist, nationalistic views. And as we all know in mythology and theology, right, institutions, speeches, and seed. I think all of Soviet Union decided that the threat is not there anymore, and now we see that it's not true. Now we see that the whole nation is basically dying because a lot of people decided that Russia, yes, it is pretty dangerous, not dangerous, yes, pretty, within this professional community, because I think that on responsibility of those who have been dehumanizing others, hope that one else's interest in using the internet for good. Charlotte, as a non-profit foundation, Bellingcat is part of civil society, stretched all out over the world. Could you describe the organization's work and explain how it is able to utilize all the information being created during Russia's war on Ukraine to report on it in some cases, thousands of miles?
Disappointed I can't be there. I've been with Bellingcat for use of open source, either open source content and then open source investigations. In terms of space of Ukraine and Russian disinformation and Russian propaganda since 2014, but most recently this year when the conflict began, when the invasion happened, we chose to focus our scope down into civilian harm, potential civilian harm, both in terms of casualties and in terms of civilian infrastructure being destroyed, simply because of how much content there, and that for us was civilian harm. We have over 1,000 this content and the method which utilizes geolocation and chronolocation to be able to independently verify any of the content we find online. So we don't go there ourselves, as you pointed out. We also don't have sources or contacts on the ground directly. We're using what is being uploaded to Twitter, to Facebook, to Telegram, in the content itself, as opposed to the source of the information. We have also been focusing on some justice and accountability efforts to a further level, and that's in coordination with the Global Legal Action Network, using a methodology that follows the Berkeley Protocol. And that is a more stringent and intense methodology than what we're otherwise using to report on the incidents and use that information for our map.
Thank you, Charlotte. That's very informative. So Yanis Sartis was appointed as director of the NATO Strategic Communication Center of Excellence in July 2015. As an expert, Yanis has been invited to speak to the representatives of the National Parliament of Germany, to give a testimony in front of the Senate of the United States, as well as the Parliament of Spain. Yanis, at NATO Stratcom, you are approaching this war differently than your co-panelists. For viewers not familiar with NATO Stratcom, can you tell us what the organization does, and has anything changed because of the war?
Formation. And that has been something that we've been doing for now almost 10 years. And clearly one of our 21st century information warfare conclusions that we offer has grown significantly, to the point where winning some parts of our information warfare actually has a direct impact on the ground warfare activity. As you, I think now famously, everybody cites Napoleon's quote of morale being to physique what is 3 to 1. And I think that is a big part of actually winning that war. Second thing is clearly that Russia has not been as good as it was expected to perform in the information war. And that is, I think, kudos to all of this community and beyond that have done their work in actually preparing our defenses. And in fact, also what I can tell, one of the early warning signals that we gathered just 2 days before the war started, the invasion started, we saw Russia actively attacking OSINT accounts across all kinds of media, so that really was painful for them. What made a difference was the buy-in by the society of Ukraine, and as you yourself said, the way we've seen the war is through the eyes of Ukrainians, ordinary Ukrainians, and were different. And that was what Russia was. Activity, ability to...
Thank you, Yanis. Lubov, you are the founder of more resilience against foreign information manipulation and interference.
Thank you. We launched the center a year ago, and it was designed to be a platform between, like a bridge between civil society and the government. Prior to this expertise on hybrid threats had been accumulated mostly within civil society, identifying Russian voice and Ukrainian narratives. Lessons learned, I think the most importantly is to understand that if you flirt with an aggressor, it's going to end badly. Very important to understand that calling to war criminals over the phone is not diplomacy. Trading with the totalitarian regime is not freedom of trade. And transmitting propaganda channels in your countries is not freedom of speech. Yes, this is it.
Thank you, thank you. Charlotte, this is not the first time that Bellingcat's work involves Ukraine. Bellingcat is well known for its open source investigation into Russia's shooting of flight MH into that act of with Bellingcat and its many changed.
Yeah, I think almost everything has changed in a way other than our core ethos and the idea of the method from the start. But everything else, I mean, when in 2014, we were 4 people who, were just coming together to do this work, much like a lot of open source hobbyists work right now, still online together. And now we are 27 researchers. We're based all around the world. We're a Dutch NGO now. And with regards to the way we've approached our methodology, we value it so highly. We wanted to the global authentication project housed within Bellingcat. And so right now we have 25 volunteers. They've all applied into the project. We have an idea of their and awareness. And this allows a familiar big component of what we do now. And it allows us to map much larger data sets, view patterns, and create different methodologies. So much has changed, but yeah.
Thank you, Charlotte. Yanis, I have another question for you. So how can civil society organizations focused on open source research, debunking disinformation, and building civil resilience?
They are mutually interdependent processes, because I think, as the war in Ukraine clearly demonstrates, without the resilience of the society, the victory cannot be possible. So by and large, also, this is a mutually dependent. We see they have the we as the societies, as the governments, and this balances Russians' operations. And in that is both important that the governments communicate, but also that the society, especially open source people, do expose a lot of information facts. And as we are living in a time when governments have a very little credibility when they come up with a story about the, let's put it this way, the Russian imminent invasion, it's very important that there are other accounts around that can support that independently with a verifiable data. So it is a mutually dependent situation. And as I've said also in the beginning, the fact that Russia actually proactively seeked out and tried to attack these open source intelligence accounts show that they really see it as a problem for their narrative. What I have to also add to this, we should see it as a comprehensive situation. One thing is good that we're defending ourselves within our own societies and narratives, but we clearly see what is happening in Russia. And that is where we've seen an Orwellian story develop in front of our eyes, and no less that. And that is where we also once again have to come together and find ways how we tell that factual story to the Russians, although it's clearly been much more difficult than many of us imagined.
Speaker, I have to. Is the product, so the strength and resilience of the Ukrainian society in this information war, has this been the product of years of capacity building and preparation? How does your historic experience, how did it shape the response of the civil society to the current war?
This response we observe now of Ukrainian people is the response of the society as a whole. It's the unique unity of Ukrainian people, and it's the people to Russia in its own domain. Farmers are fighting, IT specialists, artists, small children. A very nice about this unique bravery resonated with our fight. And another thing I think we'd all have to consider is that we shouldn't be afraid of a thought about Russia's loss and even Russia's collapse. I think that the world with weaker and smaller Russia is possible. The world with Russia without nuclear weapons is possible and would be even better. So, yeah, just remember Soviet Union, you know, omnipotent and strong and monolithic. Look where we are now. So I think we should start this discussion and not to think about Ukrainian surrendering, but think about the world with smaller and weaker Russia. Because I would be totally honest with you. In Ukrainian domestic discourse, we do not have even the word peace. We have the word victory. We don't need peace, we need victory. We have to get back our territories, and we have to get reparations from Russia. Thank you.
Thank you. You alluded to it already a bit, but how can NGOs leverage the information as an accountability mechanism, not only in the information domain, but also in the kinetic sphere of conflict? Can civil society work to hold governments accountable for their malpractices?
Right. Yeah, I hope so. I mean, I think we all need to be working together right now, you know, more than ever in terms of having the same goals across different NGOs. There's so many, both on the ground in Ukraine and internationally, that are doing this kind of work and trying to document what's happening, verify what's going on, debunk disinformation. All of that is important. It needs to be in collaboration with media. It needs to be in collaboration with government. And it's even more so important now that we have states leveraging disinformation campaigns and that are really attempting to discredit the truth and the facts of what is going on. The hope is that, while they will continue to do this, actually even implement some of this open source verification methodology into their own lives and try to decipher the truth from wherever they're from.
Thank you, Charlotte. Yanis, in the months before the war, governments, American and European governments, have rapidly declassified intelligence, working to preempt Russian disinformation. Has this strategy been successful?
Well, debunking is important. Pre-bunking is effective. What I can say from in our perspective, this US campaign, primarily also UK's, actually altered the course of war in first 2 weeks. So there was a real world outcome and effect. So that's important. But I would add also to this, that was 3 months ago. Now Russia is playing onto the fatigue of the societies, fatigue of the governments. They're playing into the idea of increasing hunger around the world by not allowing Ukrainian grain to go and get to the parts of the world where it is important to have it. And that is where we have to redesign the strategy, in my view. We have to plan for the longer period and create our narratives, both as the governments, as the multinational organizations, as well as the civil society, that we have to keep up our support to Ukraine as long as necessary. And that is now, I think, the key fight that we have to all enter in, because that is now the crucial thing. And I'm fully confident in the valor of the Ukrainian people and soldiers, but I would hope to have the same valor and intensity in European and US citizens.
Thank you, Yanis. So I'm afraid we won't have time for questions. No, I see you know. But we'll be around, so feel free to grab us in build ever greater societal resilience against hybrid threats in wartime and beyond. Not just for Ukraine, but also for peace and security and for democracy. Dear guests, dear ambassador, dear viewers, thank you for joining this first session. You can view the agenda and other relevant information on the DFRLab website and social media. And with that, I'm happy to hand over to the next speaker, panel, moderator, whoever. Thank you.
All right, so a couple of logistical announcements. First and foremost, thank you, Alice, for leading that session. If you have a session on your personal agenda, then it will likely start on time. For lunches, because we're all thinking about it, we'll start directly after this next session here in the next couple of minutes. The main participant lunch will happen directly after this, as well as the Sherlock's lunch. But in the meantime, we have another lightning talk leading into the lunchtime session. And it's about how platforms, internet platforms, social media platforms, are also a domain of the current conflict in Ukraine. So I'd like to welcome up to the stage Associate Director of the DFRLab, Jacqueline Malloray. Welcome.
Hi, everyone. My name is Jacqueline Mallory, and I'm an assistant director with the DFRLab. So in the last 2 sessions, you've heard how the open source community has documented how the invasion of Ukraine has played out across both the kinetic and within the information domain. And as the DFRLab, in addition to tracking everything from human rights violations to false flag narratives, we are also following how the major actors in this space, ranging from governments to platforms to civil society, are responding. This represents quite an important part of what many panelists alluded to, the need to build a more resilient information environment in conflict spaces in a little bit more quite rapid, in that it was quite rapid, in that quite quickly you had social media platforms all over either doubling down on trust and safety policies that already existed, such as labeling state media, labeling different accounts, deranking accounts that spread spurious or false information, setting up security teams to track down mis and disinformation, and generally ensuring that it was deranked on their platform. Another interesting dynamic that you saw in this conflict was also that platforms that had previously been hesitant to take these moderation actions did so, such as Reddit quarantining our Russia, or Discord for the first time issuing any type of mis or disinformation policy. As the war continued, the EU banned broadcast of RT and Sputnik within the European Union, and in turn, social media platforms complied, such as TikTok, which had previously been relatively silent about how it was addressing the war. On March 10th, only a few days later, you saw Meta revise a violent content prohibition that has long been a debated point of its content moderation policy, making an exception for calls to violence against Russian soldiers and allowing that on the platform. And then on April 9th, finally, YouTube banned the official Russian Duma channel, after which Russian officials gave statements saying that YouTube would ultimately be banned in the country. But that's only one side of the equation. The international community or global social media platforms can respond to the conflict, and in turn, Russia chose to respond by issuing new measures for censorship. In August of 2021, a law was passed that can in short be referred to as a landing law, which forces companies to have physical staff in the countries where they operate. In January 1st, this law came into effect and companies had to come into compliance, and the pressure was mounted on those companies in the immediate aftermath of the invasion. On February 25th, in response to rapid content moderation decisions made by international social media companies, widespread web throttling began in Russia, and international social media was banned in the country as an attempt to restrict information. By March 14th, in response to the change in the violent, in exchange to the violent content policy, Meta was declared an extremist organization and barred from the country, further limiting the flow of information to civilians. And finally, on May 17th, Russia walked it back and acknowledged that it would not ban YouTube. This demonstrates how, despite all of the remarks and grand statements towards international social media platforms, in addition to credible threats, never fully came to fruition. It was difficult to fully stem the flow of information in the country. But this tit for tat between global social media platforms, Western governments, and the Russian government demonstrates how increasingly platform policy has become a domain of warfare. And here to dive into the implications of that, I'm happy to welcome my colleagues. First, Emerson T. Brooking, a senior resident fellow with the Digital Forensic Research Lab, and Katie Harvath, a woman of, as she says, a million titles, some of which include the Tech and DFRLab. And first, I'll pass it over to Katie to dive into the ramifications for global businesses.
Great, thanks, Jacqueline. It's nice to be here in person with everyone. Yes, let's give Jacqueline a round of applause. She's done a lot to help make this panel possible, and so I want to thank her on that and thank Emerson as well. Just really quickly, because I know we're between you and lunch, and I'm sure you're getting really hungry and a little jet-lagged as well. The platforms faced a lot of challenges when the invasion into Ukraine first started. First, the story was, as Jacqueline mentioned, that local landing law came into effect. And there was the story that Google and Facebook and others were going to comply with that. And that is sort of a difficult situation that many of these platforms find themselves in, because some people wanted not just the platforms, but many companies to pull out of Russia. But on the other hand, sometimes these platforms are the only way for Russians to get news and information that is not controlled by the state government. And so you found the platforms trying to walk a very fine line between trying to stay up in the country, but also to try to restrict the spread of Russian propaganda around the world. They also had another challenge, too, of that this also potentially could harm their employees who are on the ground. And so many of these platforms were trying to weigh as well of making sure they were not putting their employees in harm's way by making some of these decisions. You saw this play out even before the invasion in summer of 2021, when Google and Apple decided to remove Navalny's app from their app store. And part of that was because of how some of these officials were actually threatened. And I don't know if production, if you can put up the slide, we'll show you some headlines and stuff that folks had on this. In addition to all of this was also some of the challenges that the platforms had in actually enforcing these policies. Some of them had to make constant changes to their policies. For instance, Meta did make the change in terms of allowing calls to violence against those that were invading, the Russian forces that were invading Ukraine, which is also a challenge to also get content moderators up to speed to actually do that. In addition, they were being asked to archive evidence of these war crimes. We also saw, too, that they were starting to be threatened that if they didn't take down content, Russia would start to also block or kick out more Western reporters from the country. And finally, they also had to deal with sanctions. This is a very interesting thing where the sanction laws aren't necessarily built up yet in terms of handling this type of situation, where some platforms, not just platforms, but internet providers and even more important, VPNs, were pulling out of the country because they felt they had to if they were an American company in order to comply with U.S. sanctions. And so you actually saw the U.S. government have to update that as the war went on in order to help make sure that those could be exempt from all of this. All of this sort of shows the platforms continue to have to make really hard trade-offs in terms of handling this content around the war, trying to throttle it, but also trying to help to make sure independent voices and civil society organizations can still have a way to get their messages out. And I've been hearing a lot from different civil society organizations of some of the unintended consequences of these integrity challenges, because they are also being limited in using some of these tools, such as they can't run advertising into Russia because a lot of that has been banned. But that's a tool that a lot of them wish that they could have. And so I look forward to continuing to think about some of those issues and the right ways that these platforms should handle that. But right now I'm going to hand it over to Emerson to kind of talk about a little bit more about this topic. Thank you.
Thank you, Katie. And I'm just going to wrap us up quickly with 3 points. First, to return to the question posed at the outset of the session, is social media and platform policy a domain of war? Of course it is. As we see in the case of the Russian invasion of Ukraine, actions taken by the platforms immediately affected how the Russian government and Russian propaganda apparatuses could spread their messages, which they were using to directly benefit and bolster their military activities. Actions taken by the platforms also directly affected the degree to which Ukrainians could communicate with the wider world and could publicize their plight, which early in the conflict lent them significant strategic advantage. And it's going to continue to be this way. To put it simply, social media is a battlefield, but it's also one that commands and influences other battlefields. And the fact is that the platforms control and dictate the rules by which these battlefields are decided. My second point is that this is not the first time that we've seen platform policy is part of conflict. This isn't even the first time we've seen a significant interstate war in which platform policy has been such an intrinsic part of the fighting. In 2020, Armenia and Azerbaijan went to war. This image is from the Nagorno-Karabakh conflict, in which Facebook in particular, was daily making significant decisions regarding not just whether military propaganda should be allowed on the platform, but what sorts of propaganda. What was the difference between something that regarded a particular military offensive versus something which trended more into the direction of hate speech? If one looks beyond interstate conflict, the war in Yemen, in Ethiopia, the 20-year conflict in Afghanistan, in any exercise of political violence today, platform policy is something you have to study because it is directly affecting the information conflict, which directly affects events on the ground. And then finally, this isn't the last time that platform policy is going to be an important part of war either. Pictured here are events that kicked off last month in Iran, where significant anti-government protests involving tens of thousands of people have led to violence against the regime. And there are Iranians who have been expressing some calls for violence against their leaders, who look at the precedent set by Ukraine, and they ask the same treatment. Because in their cases, some of the hashtags that Iranian activists have used have been removed. So it's an open question, but one that I hope this group will work together to settle, the extent to which the platform decisions made in the case of Ukraine are more broadly applicable. And I just want to close with some broad observations, that there's never going to be a single platform wartime policy. If all the platforms had gotten together in January this year and thought through what a wartime policy would look like, it would have been rendered absolutely obsolete on February 24. Because every conflict has different characteristics and different unique political contexts, different military logic. But you can draw some broad observations about the importance of having consultative mechanisms established in advance, about the understanding that transparency in platform decisions regarding armed conflict, transparency is crucially important, even if you're not necessarily in a position to disclose in real time. You have to understand, as Jacqueline observed at the beginning, that platforms are setting policy and platforms are actors in conflict, but they're also targets. The enemy gets a vote too. Every decision that a Meta or Twitter or any company was making necessitated a response from the Russian government. And so they often found themselves in the Russian government's crosshairs. And my last observation is that no matter who or how loudly is said that this particular platform action does not set a precedent. The fact is that all this stuff sets a precedent. That platforms and activists and belligerents are together writing this story. They are creating this tapestry, which is going to inform platform decisions in the next conflict. And everything that's happened over the last few months, everything that will happen, will be pointed to by future belligerents around the world is a sort of new standard. And I think everyone here in this room who are so engaged in the study of influence operations and their effect on military operations, we together are also going to be shaping this conversation. And with that, I'll turn it back to Graham Brookie to get us to lunch. Thank you very much.
I'm Graham Brookie, apparently. Also known as Rose Jackson. We're interchangeable. Congratulations, you made it to lunch. So what we're going to do in a few moments, everyone will get up, walk down those stairs. You will find just down the hall to the left the main lunchroom. We're going to reassemble at 1:30, at which point we will pick back up programming. and just to say thank you to all of our panelists and the extremely rich conversations we had about Ukraine and that we had just now about the importance and all of the different components at play in war and in information operations. I'm not going to waste any more of your time. Go eat. Thank you.
Elaine.
Like somebody clapped. And I'm really excited for this next panel. I think sometimes when we talk about the stuff that we talk about at conferences like this, we end up suggesting that all of the bad tech things in the world are coming from authoritarian governments. The reality is that a lot of the digital authoritarianism that we're increasingly talking about is enabled by technology built in democracies, many of our own democracies. And so today, I'm really thrilled to welcome to the stage here in a moment, in partnership with the Organized Crime and Corruption Reporting Project and Amnesty Tech, a panel that's really going to show you the human side and the consequences of digital authoritarianism on the open market. And so many of you have heard about the case of the NSO group. You may have heard about Pegasus software and some of those hacks. And today, we're joined by a really interesting grouping of people who have direct experience with software and the way that it was being used, the journalists that collaborated together to tell the story en masse around the world, the journalists who were then targeted by the software for telling those stories, as well as the activists around the world increasingly targeted for doing the most basic versions of democracy, including, I hope we will be joined by the sister of one of the core organizers of women trying to drive in Saudi Arabia. So I don't even have to go for core democracy. We'll just go for basic mobility and human rights. And so without further ado, I want to welcome to the stage our moderator, Miranda Pertusik, who will introduce you to the rest of the panel. And I'm really excited to watch this one. Thank you, guys.
Thank you, Graham and Rose, and thank you to Atlantic Council and DFRLab for hosting this important discussion about NSO and Pegasus. I was one of the journalists who spent months last year searching through 50,000 phone numbers, trying to identify who were the targets of the Pegasus. The investigation was led by Forbidden Stories and Amnesty International, and it included 17 media partners around the world, including Organized Crime and Corruption Reporting Project, my organization. What we found is, hundreds and hundreds of victims, including in Saudi Arabia, Rwanda, and Hungary, and many other places in the world, Azerbaijan, Central Asia. Some you would expect, some came as a full surprise. Fortunately, in this case, after the stories were published, there was an immediate uproar and impact. France and Israel opened official investigations. US Department of Commerce added the Israeli NSO group to its trade bloc. Apple sued the NSO group for their own commercial gain. And Amazon Web Services shut down infrastructure and accounts linked to the Israeli surveillance vendor NSO group. But one thing to notice is that Pegasus is just one of the many tools that are available in the digital surveillance space. As our investigations and numerous other investigations have shown, these tools are open for misuse, not just by different, but also the activists who are working to discover these kind of misuses. So I would like to introduce our panelists. First, to the left is Karin Kanima. She discovered her cell phone was infected multiple times with Pegasus as she worked to free her father, who is a political prisoner in Rwanda and has been an outspoken critic of the current president. Then we have Donaka O'Carroll. He's the acting head of Amnesty International's Security Lab, who exposed the forensic evidence that proved the data could be connected to NSO group Pegasus surveillance software. And finally, we'll have Szabolcs Penil, an investigative journalist with Direct 36 in Hungary, which is also a CCRP partner. And Amnesty confirmed that between April and November 2019, there were traces of Pegasus on his phone. We hope we'll also hear from Lina Alfatul, a Saudi activist known for her relentless advocacy to free her sister, who was arrested and detained in 2018. After she was released in 2021, Canadian privacy rights group Citizen Lab confirmed her phone has been infected, and the case provided the basis for the Apple suit against NSO. So Donaka, should we start with you? Amnesty International first discovered traces of Pegasus in 2018. Could you take us back? How did you guys do it? And what did you think once you discovered how dangerous the tool is?
Sure, thanks a lot, Miranda. Yeah, I think most of you here will know Amnesty as a human rights organization. And over time, Amnesty has begun to realize that states are using surveillance technology and spyware as a tool of oppression, as a tool of surveillance, and a way of controlling societies and controlling political opposition or human rights defenders. So our team, we have a small team based in Berlin called our Security Lab, which has kind of worked over the years to build technical capabilities to research and investigate targeted digital attacks, spyware, phishing, this kind of surveillance. So we've been working on this for quite a few years, and we first started investigating Pegasus, as Miranda said, in 2018. And this actually happened when one of our own colleagues at Amnesty International was themselves spied on with Pegasus. So at the time, they received a thing and asking for support from Amnesty. And this message contained just a simple link with a kind of URL. They shared this with us at the Security Lab, but we started to investigate this. And quite quickly, we realized that this was some kind of targeted attack, attempt to attack their phone. Over a few months of investigation, we were able to find some more kind of technical evidence and traces that linked this particular attack targeting our Amnesty colleague to a broader set of attacks that were happening in 2018, also against other Saudi activists and around the world. So that was kind of our initial first research into NSO's Pegasus, and we kind of continued this work over the coming years. In 2019, we identified a number of Moroccan human rights defenders and journalists were also being targeted with Pegasus, both with kind of links sent to them over SMS, and also what we call as a new kind of attack, a so-called zero-click attack. So what's particularly concerning about zero-click attacks is it doesn't rely on tricking the users anymore, but instead the person's phone can be compromised without any interaction, without any kind of visible activity on the phone. And this is very scary, and also it kind of showed us that it wasn't enough for us to rely on people to come forward to us with kind of their suspicions, but we need to be kind of proactive in developing tools to detect these kinds of zero-click hidden attacks, and then to go out and check the phones of activists and journalists and human rights defenders and trying to understand the extent of this problem. I think what really changed was of potential Pegasus targets, and this kind of, we knew the problem was big, we knew it was really global, but this kind of really exposed just how extreme the issue was, and it gave us really a tool to go and start hunting for people who were potential targets, and then checking many hundreds of phones and trying to understand just what traces are left behind and being able to prove that these phones were targeted with Pegasus.
Thank you. Szabolcs, you were one of the first victims we have identified in the list. It will be over a year ago when I, as a journalist, had to tell my friends and fellow journalist in Azerbaijan, Hadija Ismailova, she has been a target. And I still vividly remember, first her shock, then outrage, and then, emotional a sea of emotions that overtook her, just thinking about how this could have affected, her sources, her colleagues, her family members. What it was like for you when you first heard that you might be a target of Pegasus?
Well, I freaked out. That's because the guys that didn't tell me that this is not an ongoing infection. So I instantly thought about clear traces of Pegasus spyware on your iPhone. And I instantly thought that, okay, what's going to happen to my sources? Because I was just publishing some more explosive stories about the Orban government's relationship with China. And I thought that, what if they find my sources and fire them? Then later they told me that, luckily, the last trace that we found on your phone is from 2019 November, so that was a relief. I had mixed feelings. It was mostly what was shocking is that this was the first direct evidence that I'm under surveillance or that Hungarian journalists are actually under surveillance. Of course, we've been living in this environment for years now. We took it for granted that they are following us, that they are trying to just find out who are those people who are feeding us information, who are leaking documents. So we were already pretty cautious even before the whole Pegasus story came to light. Still, I was shocked that this was really the first time where I could find, thanks to Donica and Amnesty's team, who analyzed my phone, I could exactly tell the dates when something was going on in my phone, when they hacked into my iPhone and exfiltrated some data, my email correspondences, and just try to find out what happened, why I became a target. And that's how I found very interesting patterns. I could connect the dots, and I could make a very credible guess why my own government was following me.
Why was it?
I was investigating a Russian bank, a Russian-led bank. It's called the International Investment Bank. Formally, it's an international organization where Russia is the largest shareholder. It's like a small IMF or something like that, but with former Comecon from the US, from the UK, that actually the Russians going to use this institution for other purposes than expanding their financial interests. They were afraid that this is going to be a cover for Russian intelligence. This was happening after the Skripal poisoning and after lots of Russian diplomats have been expelled from Europe. So part of NATO community was concerned that the Russians would use this institution and its relocation to Budapest to replenish their intelligence abilities. And while I started investigating this, that's when my phone number popped up in this database. And we also found another phone number belonging to a Hungarian fixer, a photojournalist, who was just actually organizing interviews for an American journalist who traveled to Budapest to investigate the very same bank. So I could definitely tell that my investigation into the Hungarian government's all kinds of deals with Russia were the ones that triggered my surveillance.
Thank you. Karin, your father has been a victim for many years of surveillance and attack by the government. You have been fighting for his release, and now you have become a victim too. How did that make you feel?
Yes, so first, just for background, my father is Paul Rusesabagina. He is the real-life hero behind the movie Hotel Rwanda. For those of you who haven't seen Hotel Rwanda, it portrays his role during the Rwandan genocide when he saved the lives of over 1,200 people by sheltering them in his hotel. He risked his life every single day during the genocide to protect the people, and in the end, not a single person was killed. After the genocide, we moved to Belgium after an assassination attempt on my father's life back in Rwanda. And in 2004, Hotel Rwanda was released. The movie, his role was played by the Hollywood actor Don Cheadle. And the movie got a lot of success internationally. It allowed my father to tell the story of Rwanda, to tell the story of the genocide, and to ensure that it never happens again. But while doing so, he also started calling out the Rwandan government for, because it's currently a dictatorship, a president that's been in power for almost 30 years now, that wins the elections by 99% and changed the constitution so that he can be president forever. And so he's been calling out those human rights abuses, using every opportunity that he had to travel the world and bring attention to these, to what this government is doing, which is also misleading the world into believing that it's a success story. And so that made him a target of the regime. They started chasing him everywhere he went. They tried to assassinate him. They broke into our home. We had to move to the US for more security as well. And in August of 2020, he was kidnapped from San Antonio, Texas, through Dubai. He was put on a plane, on a private jet, drugged. The plane was supposed to go to Burundi, but instead landed in Rwanda. Upon arriving in Rwanda, he was tied up by the hands, the legs, his mouth was covered, his nose was covered, his eyes. They dragged him out of the plane into a truck and took him to a torture house where he was held for 4 days. Afterwards, he was made to go through a sham trial, denied of all his human rights, put in solitary confinement, and convicted to 25 years in prison. So my father is today a political prisoner. And for the past year and a half, our family have been using every breath that we have to call attention to his case, to bring pressure, to put pressure on the Rwandan government so that they release him, but that they also stop these methods of intimidation, of attacks, of silencing of critics, of journalists, of human rights defenders, and anyone who dares to speak out. And so we've been trying to call attention to what is happening to my father today as his rights are being violated, having meetings with government officials all over the world to try to get them to understand what the Rwandan dictatorship truly is like and to call on them to help us save my father's life. In doing so, I also became a target. We've learned last year that my phone had been infected with Pegasus. Thank you to the Amnesty International team for conducting the forensics. We've learned that they've been following me, tracking me. I mean, I had a meeting with the Belgian foreign minister that was entirely listened into, and we can see that on the forensics report. From the moment I walked into the room to the moment I walked out, the software was active in my phone. And so this is not only spying on me, it's spying on the Belgian government, it's spying on the other government officials who I'm interacting with to plead to them to help us save my father and to put pressure on the Rwandan government. And frankly, at first I thought I know the methods of this government, I know how they silence critics, I know how they intimidate people, so I had thought I knew that this was a possibility, but as time passed on and I realized the capabilities of this software, I was frightened and really shaken to my core to realize the level of invasion and of my life, but also as I try to show the world how my father's human rights are being violated today, they're violating mine as well.
Thank you. I remember, when I first heard about Pegasus, as a journalist, I always thought that I'm safe if I can make sure I don't click on any bad links, that I don't open any emails I shouldn't open, that I make sure all my apps are up to date, that I use the latest technology that should keep me secure. And then I learned about Pegasus and realized that there's nothing wrong that I could do that would make me a target or make me a victim. So Danica, what is so devastating about Pegasus? What does it do? How it gains control of the device?
No, I think that's a really important point that I think before we were always talking about digital security training for activists and journalists and trying to do behavioral change and not be at risk. But I think what we see from Pegasus and also other sophisticated spyware, which are using kind of zero-day exploits, so they're taking advantage of kind of secret flaws in iPhones or Android devices. And they can hack any phone, even when you're fully up to date, even without you clicking on a link. So then I think that it moves the problem away from, it's not up to the individual activists or journalists to try and defend themselves, but it's really up to the whole civil society and regulatory community to try and put a stop to this industry that's enabling a human rights crisis. Because right now, with Pegasus on your phone, it can access everything that you can do on your phone and more. It can turn on your microphone, it can access your passwords, it can access your social media accounts, it can really invade every aspect of your life and know almost more about you than you know about yourself. And yeah, like I said, it's really nothing that the individuals can do, and it's up to regulators, the tech companies, other people and civil society working together to try and meaningfully stop the abuses linked to this industry.
We keep hearing about new attacks or new discoveries of attacks every few months. So beyond practicing proper digital hygiene, do we need to fundamentally alter how we engage with our mobile devices as part of our work and our personal lives?
So I think definitely we need to be aware that this is a threat that's out there. I think I know civil society, Amnesty, and other civil society partners have been trying to raise awareness about this issue for many years, and it hadn't really captured. But I think now more and more people are realizing that this is a pervasive problem. It's not just affecting one or two high-profile dissidents, but it's being used very broadly to target journalists for sometimes quite mundane research, and it's being used by states to target whoever they see as their as a threat to them, whether it's journalists, civil society. In some countries, we've seen it being used to target political opposition. For example, in Spain, in Poland, in Mexico as well, it's been used quite extensively to target political opposition. And so I think what we really need is some accountability for the harms caused by this industry. One way of doing that is for the victims, the human rights defenders who are being targeted of this, to have their voices heard, to get justice and accountability through the legal actions they're taking in different jurisdictions. Also for companies in the cyber surveillance industry like NSO, who constantly claim that their software is only used to target organized crime and terror, which has been proved to be completely false by the numerous cases of abuse. So I think it's important that all of these actors start to face some accountability and there's some justice for the people who are targets of this. I think Amnesty International and 150 of our civil society partners, along with UN special rapporteurs and now the state of Costa Rica, are all calling for a global moratorium on the sale, use, and export of spyware until there's a meaningfully human rights compliant regulatory framework in place. This human rights crisis cannot continue, and it shouldn't be up to some journalists or civil society actors trying to hold this industry account when it's creating so much harm in a way that's secret and with such a lack of transparency.
I would like to remind everybody in the audience that you can ask the questions in the app, and we will leave space at the end of the discussion to basically read some of your questions and for the panelists to answer them. Szabolcs, with Pegasus investigations, you in a way crossed the line between a victim and a journalist, and it's almost like a new stage, because before, journalists were never covering their own stories of being victim. You wrote a very powerful op-ed of what it did to you, but also how it changed your work. So is it okay to not be as objective, or how to be objective when you're reporting about your story, but also the stories of other journalists you personally know and other victims of this kind of abuse?
Yes, it was an additional responsibility for me to be as cautious about my reporting as possible, because I knew that I cannot really be 100% objective when I'm reporting on abuses where myself is involved too. So I played a dual role in the Pegasus project investigation. I was both member of the team, having access to the database, trying to identify other victims, talking to them, try to get them to entrust me with the backup of their phones so that Danica and his colleagues can analyze the phones. But at the same time, I was also a victim of surveillance, and not just me, but an immediate colleague working at Director 36. We're a small organization. We were like 7 people back then, and out of 7, 2 were surveilled. So I guess that's a badge of honor for my outlet. There were really interesting things during the reporting I never thought I would encounter. For example, we identified the phone number of a Hungarian intelligence agent who works on the technical field, and the assumption was that basically he was trying out Pegasus on his own phone. So what I did is I called up the guy, and he felt shocked. I mean, he sounded shocked and also ashamed, I guess. So that was the weirdest moment of my life. I very likely talked to the exact person who was surveilling me. But for a journalist, it's like a ground rule that you have to ask for a comment from everyone whom you're reporting about. So I included his comment in the article. But I have to add that I'm not the only one in the whole Pegasus project who has this dual hat here. Journalist colleagues in Mexico and in India are in the same situation. They've been both surveilled and then became part of the Pegasus project. So this is really special because the whole project identified, I think, around 200 journalists worldwide who were surveilled. I mean, there are just not enough journalists out there that you could find, for example, in Hungary, people who could do this type of reporting who are not themselves surveilled. So yeah.
What did it do in terms of your relationship with the sources? Obviously, before we published, you had to keep silent. Did it change the way you work? Did you continue to contact your sources or not? And then on the other end, what happens afterward? Are these sources still talking to you? Did you lose trust and confidence? Even though it's not your fault and nothing you've done, do they feel more afraid now to provide information that before they were able to provide to you?
For me, these are the most important questions. Every country, every Pegasus abuse in countries are different. In the case of Hungary, it really seems that they were after the journalists, not because of themselves. They did not try to gather dirt on me. They didn't prosecute me after my surveillance. They tried to identify my sources. They tried to find out who are those people who are getting in touch with me and who are giving me information that I can publish. Source protection is the most important, I guess, to most investigative journalists, like client attorney privilege. When someone shares confidential information with me, I give my word that I'm not going to reveal the identity of the source to anyone. And I do feel ashamed that I made a promise to multiple people during the period when I was surveilled. I was absolutely unaware of the fact that even our encrypted communication through Signal or Telegram or WhatsApp was being captured. So yeah, the only thing that I can do is just stick to old school methods, conducting so-called conspired meetings, leaving the phone at home, using very old school techniques to organize meetings in a way that even if my communication is surveilled, just use code words, just rely on information that was shared in a situation where there was no electrical device around. So I'm pretty sure that as technology develops, there's going to be new Pegasuses around, but if you just leave your phone behind, if you go and take a walk in a park where there are no surveillance cameras, I think relatively you should be fine, at least in Hungary.
Karine, for you, do you think that the government was able to use the information they would obtain on your device against your father during the time you were constantly surveilled? And how did it change your activism? Now that you're aware of the technology and now that you're aware that it happened to you and that the government has this kind of access?
Yes, so we noticed with our Rwandan lawyers who sometimes go to visit my father in the prison that some of the messages that we were exchanging among our teams, they were being asked for those same documents, same information to try to stop them from doing their jobs as lawyers. I would say that my father, he was tortured and kidnapped and is now being silenced because he stood up for human rights and because he stood up for democracy. Now, we found out that I have Pegasus in my phone, so my question, and I am advocating for my father, I am standing up for human rights, and does this mean this is what will happen to me? Will I end up kidnapped and tortured and sitting in the Rwandan jail? So we know that my whole team, our family is being targeted one way or another by this government. And Rwanda is known to be a country that practices transnational repression. The Freedom House just published a very detailed report on the activities of the Rwandan government on outside of Rwandan soil and trying to silence critics and journalists and whomever speaks out. And so I would challenge people to go further than just the companies that are creating these softwares and go after the country. I mean, hold accountable the governments that we know are doing this. I mean, I am the living example of what happens to our family and my father, we are the examples of what actually happens to the humans behind it. My father is being silenced. His voice has been silenced because he spoke out, and the dictatorial regime was using the spyware, and we know who it is. So I would want everyone to call on your governments to not only hold the companies responsible, but the governments using this software to silence people accountable as well.
That's a very powerful message. Donica, so operational security has always been a game of cat and mouse. We increase our securities, bad actors find way around it. Is it ultimately a losing battle? What does this tell us about the future of journalism and activism?
I'm an optimist, so I'm not going to say it's always a losing battle. I think it's always a battle that's changing and evolving over time. I think one of the reasons that companies like NSO Group have got so big and so widely used is because of the success of over the last decade about stopping mass surveillance. So everyone is using Signal now, everyone's using WhatsApp, it's all end-to-end encrypted. So before somebody could just tap your phone, now they need to go and hack your device, which is already more difficult, is already more costly, and sometimes it's already more risky because there's a risk that if they're targeting journalists or activists, it'll get exposed that they're doing this. So I think already we're moving in a positive direction that this is getting more expensive, more difficult to do. And while there's always going to be companies who are trying to provide these tools and states who want to try and abuse these tools, some of the platforms like Apple and WhatsApp are now taking positive action to notify victims, which is all positive developments. People are working to make these platforms more secure. But I think in the meantime, as these platforms get more secure, we need to take a lot of strong action to just limit the harm caused by this industry, and that's by bringing in export controls, calling for a moratorium on the sale and use of these tools, because right now NSO, as like I said, NSO is just one company in this space. It's one of the bigger ones and definitely one of the most well-known, but there's dozens of other companies providing similar kinds of services, which are likely being abused, and we just haven't discovered it yet. So that's why I think we need to have really a proper transparency and accountability for this industry and how it's being used. And also, proper regulation to make sure that the harms linked to these tools don't continue to be a threat to human rights defenders and civil society around the world.
Can you remind us of some of the other tools that were at the disposal of various governments in the past and possibly even now, and what their destructive power is?
So unfortunately, this is not a new industry. I think it's becoming more well understood, but I think the first time these tools really became widely used against civil society was during the early days of the Arab Spring, where, for example, software made by the German company Finfisher was found being used by the Egyptian regime before the revolution to target civil society. We've seen again that other spyware from hacking team has been sold around the world, for example, to Morocco, and the same software used in Morocco from hacking team, an Italian company, was used to target some journalists who were again later targeted with NSO's Pegasus spyware. So you see the same individuals, the same people who states see as a threat are being targeted again and again by new companies, by new spyware, and that's getting more sophisticated over time. Fortunately, and it's always a struggle to get more accountability. We've seen some progress in this with the company Finfisher. Just a few months ago, Finfisher declared bankruptcy after a long German investigation that was kind of instigated from civil society, after civil society proved that Finfisher had been selling spyware to Turkey in 2016 without an export license from Germany. And while it took a lot of effort from civil society to get some progress on this, eventually the German authorities did search the offices of the company, and since then the company has gone out of business. But I think this is one example, and it still took a lot of effort and research and work from civil society, and we need to see all governments taking this more seriously, taking proactive action to both regulate how it's being sold and also to investigate meaningfully any cases of abuses that are uncovered.
Thank you. Szabolcs, do you think this kind of investigation would have been possible without a collaborative effort between journalists and activists, and also partnership between a number of journalists from different outlets?
No, absolutely not. I mean, the core of the whole investigation was of course Forbidden Stories, this Paris-based network of journalists who are dedicated to write stories and to launch projects involving the safety of journalists, trying to finish the stories of murdered journalists, and the work of Amnesty International. I mean, I'm an old school journalist. I'm not a tech guy, so without the help of Amnesty, we just couldn't get anywhere. So it was really instrumental that we had this team of large international outlets like The Guardian and The Washington Post, with all the lawyers who had to deal with, of course, with the lawyers and with the PR firm employed by NSO Group, all the legal threats. You can imagine what kind of power and money that involves. We had small outlets like myself in Hungary. We were really on the fringes of the project. We were just focusing on the Hungarian story. And we had the bravest journalists in countries where Pegasus targeting is usually linked to murder or torture, or journalists are getting jailed. In Morocco, one of the journalists who's been spied on with Pegasus has been sentenced for 6 years in jail. A Mexican journalist who was spied on with Pegasus was later killed, gunned down. To be honest, I think that these are the people who take the biggest risks. And it was really a huge effort from this international collaboration to try to uncover this very diverse set of stories around the world, but at the same time to protect those journalists who are involved in the story. So source protection is really important here. I myself don't know where this leaked database originates from. And also we had to be very careful with our communications, because if the Hungarian intelligence service gets a tip that there's this ongoing project, they can hack into our communication, and then they can ruin the whole project by for example, sharing the information with the Israelis, and then we're done. So this big project had its risks. We all had to be very careful of what we do, what we write, how we phrase the stories. But in the end, I think that we nailed it.
I have to confirm that, because as one of the journalists working on this project, I have to say that I really went back many years backwards in terms of meeting outdoors, leaving my phone outside the working space. And in general, during this project, one of our biggest concerns was that we will be discovered, and somebody is gonna hack our team, and then our whole investigation will be jeopardized. And what was amazing is that we were able to come up with the tools and the ways to work on this global project and collaborate among ourselves and not be discovered until the very end, when we actually sent a right of reply. Karin, I wanted to ask you about a solidarity among activists, and in general, how the voices of activists can impact the future of this kind of technology and basically its use. What can be done to hold authorities accountable and these companies accountable?
Well, so first we have to continue to shed light on it. The research that the journalists and the experts are doing is already bringing it out, and we're talking about it. And a couple years ago, I personally didn't know much about Pegasus. And actually, just a couple weeks ago, I was at a conference in Oslo, at the Oslo Freedom Forum, and we discovered that my new phone also has traces of the Pegasus spyware, which means that even after the reveal last year, there has not been any accountability. Nothing has actually happened, and we know that the government officials have the tools in their boxes to hold these governments accountable. So as activists, we have to continue to stick together. We have to continue to report this. We have to continue to talk to journalists so that they are also reporting on it, so that they also are taking the proper measures to remain safe. But on the personal level, with my goal and our goal to get my father out of prison, again, my father was kidnapped after having been surveyed. The government pressure possible on the Rwandan dictator in order for him to release my father and for him to return home, and so that these authoritarian regimes know that this is not okay, that we will not stand in silence and will not let it happen.
So you just discovered you've been compromised again. There is a great question from the audience. What, if anything, are you doing to avoid being compromised again? Or you just assume it's inevitable?
At this point, I don't know. I think it's there's little I can do because I cannot know whether my phone is infected. Even if I get a new one, they'll find another way. So one method we've been using in my family, since everyone is frightened, we put all our phones in the microwave, which is, I don't know that it works, but at least it makes some people feel safe. But unfortunately, there's no way until there's more work done by our governments on this, then there's no way to see, to feel safe.
So we have another question, thank you, from the audience about what can be done from a policy and design perspective. So Donica, give us some solutions.
Yeah, so
quick things we can do now to fix this problem.
So as you can imagine, this is a very multifaceted issue, both from technical issues, policy issues, and also become transparency. So I think we need to use them in countries. So there's been some positive developments in the EU with the EU parliamentary inquiry into the Pegasus scandal to try and get more transparency about how it's been used in the EU and also against activists outside of the EU. There also has been a recast dual-use export controls in the EU to have more transparency around these exports, which is really urgently needed. I think any more transparency we can get about other companies, where they're being used, how they're being used is super valuable. Like I said, I think the voices of activists and journalists really need to be centered in this discussion, because it's not just a case that's used for espionage or against criminals. It's really getting at the core of civil society, and states need to make sure that these voices are heard and that there is real accountability, both in domestic jurisdictions, when Shellbox getting targeted by the Hungarian authorities, and also when there's transnational repression and people are being targeted abroad. I think states really need to use the tools at their disposal to make sure there's some justice and accountability here.
I want to ask you another question from the audience. So it says, while bug-free software may be too much to ask, what more can platforms do to ameliorate the situation?
So yeah, I think we're not going to get to a situation where we're going to solve computer security. Right now, it's a hard problem, but I think we are making slow progress in that positive direction. What has been quite positive, I think very valuable for civil society, is that some platforms like WhatsApp and Apple specifically have been sending notifications to people who have potentially been targeted with Pegasus spyware. And this has been really invaluable because it's helped us discover new cases of abuses in many other countries, including recently in Jordan, in El Salvador, and that kind of gives us new avenues to go and investigate more abuses, to try and get this forensic evidence and help support people who want to take legal actions. So I think it's quite positive that platforms are doing this, and they should continue to do that and continue to help work with civil society to investigate and expose the abuses that they're seeing on their platforms.
So a question from you, Szabolcs. What will it take to hold the government deploying surveillance tech accountable? What can you do? What journalists, what activists can do in Hungary?
Well, luckily Hungary is a member of the European Union, so there are still forums, there are still ways how we can, well, not really seek justice for ourselves, because I'm not really optimistic about getting compensated for what happened to me. But we are taking legal action with some of the other surveilled journalists. Inside Hungary, we initiated different legal proceedings. We are trying to first find out information about our individual cases, why we became targets, which agency was actually investigating ourselves. But I'm also involved in different legal action. For example, we're suing the Israeli government officials who approved the sale of Pegasus to Hungary, to a country which has a very well-known track record of cracking down on free media. And we're also initiating legal proceedings against NSO Group in Israel. To be honest, I don't think that we're gonna succeed, at least not in the near future. But my main goal is just to try to focus the public opinion on this issue, because there are other journalists out there, and the fact that I became a target only means that even if a relatively unknown journalist from a very small country can become a target, then you can imagine what can happen to others. So this is a global problem, and we're also trying to initiate some legal proceedings in the UN There's an ongoing investigation in France. So there are lots of other places where not just journalists involved, but also all kinds of victims are trying to seek justice. In the case of Hungary, I think we're past that point where the rule of law in the country could grant us any kind of justice, unfortunately.
Thank you. So I want to thank our panelists. We are out of time. I want to thank you for listening to our stories. And I hope if one thing you can take away from this panel is that first, activists, journalists, we have power. We were able to make a difference even when it comes to tools like that. And obviously, we need more support and we need more action right now. So thank you.
Thank you, guys. Really good. Thank you. That was a powerful panel, and huge thank you to these folks for sharing their story over and over and over and over and over and over again. And thanks to that, there is more awareness and familiarity and conversation about surveillance tech and about digital authoritarianism. But there's something I wanted to bring in from one of the private sessions that happened this morning that I think is good for us to keep in mind as we're talking about surveillance and we're thinking about the ways that technology gets used and misused. We're lucky, we'll just wave over there to our non-resident fellow Nanjala Nyabola, who's doing some really interesting work on concepts of digital ID. And earlier today, she started workshopping a paper with a number of folks about what it looks like when some of these same surveillance technologies that make it possible for really creepy governments to secretly get themselves on your phone, what does it look like when entire countries and global systems decide that they need to use a different kind of surveillance technology to understand and control immigration and migration? And when you start asking questions about when you take someone out of the context of a national of a certain country and into transnational spaces, what do their rights look like? What do the responsibilities of countries look like? Responsibilities to who? And so I pose that just because I think it's helpful, again. If the point of the last conversation was for us to break out of the mold of sticking to the idea that it's authoritarian countries that are solely involved and at fault for some of the worst things that we're seeing today, it's also worth asking ourselves what role we play in countries that are often receiving countries. We're sitting here in the EU. We're sitting here in Belgium. I'm an American. What does it look like when we start deploying these technologies to people trying to cross borders for any number of reasons? So hopefully you can keep your eyes peeled in the coming months. We'll be publishing this paper from Nanjala as a starting point for new work, really taking on the concept of rights and identity and different viewpoints and vantage points of some of the conversations that we're more accustomed to having. I do want to make sure, though, that we get to our next panel as well. And to introduce that panel is someone from our own DFRLab team, Layla Mashkour, who is an associate editor, which means that every single day she is one of the core people helping to support and direct our team of 20+ researchers spread around 5 continents. It's not an easy job. It's certainly not easy time zones. But she's an exceptional addition to our team with a lot of experience ranging from BuzzFeed News, working on their award-winning fact-checking team, all the way to previously 3 years doing open source journalism with Storyful. We're really lucky to have her here, and you're really lucky to hear from her. So without further ado, I want to invite Layla to come to the stage. Thanks.
Thank you, Rose. I'm really happy to be with you guys here today to introduce our next session, Moderating Non-English Platforms, Challenges and Solutions for Platforms Operating Globally. So we've seen in the past that moderators, both AI and human, struggle to understand local contexts, to understand different dialects, to understand delicate nuances, and sometimes mistakes are made. But we can't afford to have mistakes in these areas, because when we get it wrong, we see the consequences. And we've seen that happen in Myanmar, in India, in Palestine, and platforms have a responsibility to the users in those countries. And platforms have a responsibility to users who are based in authoritarian countries, who seek platforms to be spaces for expression and organization and communications. And platforms have a responsibility not to work with governments who seek to suppress speech or suppress dissent. And platforms also have a responsibility to the user who's based in a conflict zone and is using social media to document war crimes, human rights abuses, and they have a responsibility to preserve that content. So there's many challenges here, and there's no easy answers, no easy solutions. But we have a wonderful panel today with a lot of great experts who will discuss this more in depth. And I'm very happy to introduce our moderator for the panel, Alex Gonzalez Ormerond. He is the Latin America editor at Rest of World. Welcome, Alex.
Thank you, Leila. Good evening. I'm Alex Gonzalez Ormerond. I am the Latin America editor at Rest of World. Much like our panel's discussion today, Rest of World covers the effects of technology in the non-Western world. And today we've got a panel of pretty exceptional experts who will be talking about the challenges that we all face when it comes to non-English content and its moderation on social media platforms. Let me briefly introduce them. We've got Marwa Fatwa, MENA Policy Manager at Access Now. We've got Scott Hale, he's the Director of Research at MEDAN, and Dragan Lakaurin, who is the Executive Director and Founder of the Localization Lab. Let's throw it at them right now. I think what we'd like to hear to show the scope and the depth of this issue, because moderation sounds pretty bog standard, but I think people don't really understand what the real consequences can be. So let me throw to Marwa, who just a few days ago was talking about the dire consequences of mismoderation. Why don't you take it away, Marwa?
Thank you, Alex, and great to be here. I come from Palestine, which I'm sure everybody here knows. It's the most documented conflict in the world, probably also the longest. But since we're here in Europe and Ukraine has been heavily covered since the morning, imagine what would social media platforms do when Russia invaded Ukraine. Imagine if they shut down activist accounts, if they take down journalist content, every documentation of war crime and human rights abuses is systematically taken down. And then social media companies come out and say, sorry, it's a technical glitch. That's the reality of millions of people from Palestine, from Syria, Yemen, and many others who are living in the Middle East and North Africa region. Our experience is often described as people feel discriminated against, feel that the platforms are taking down their content without transparency. Just to give one example of what would that mean to a normal person. A few years ago, there was a construction worker, a Palestinian construction worker, working in an Israeli settlement near Jerusalem. And the guy posted a picture of himself with a cigarette in his hand and a cup of coffee in the other, leaning against a bulldozer. He is a construction worker, after all. He said in Arabic, in colloquial Arabic, "Good morning." An hour later, he was arrested by Israeli police and interrogated for hours until they realized that they made a mistake. Facebook's translation mistook or mistranslated his post from Arabic into "from good morning" to "I want to attack them." Now, how would Facebook make such a mistake? Around that time, there were a number of incidents where someone driving a caterpillar would drive into pedestrians. So you would probably think, okay, there is a male, a Palestinian male from a certain age in a certain location, and there is a caterpillar. Now, of course, Facebook's translation services, it's like a black box. I know people who work on AI don't necessarily like that word, but it's really hard to audit or know how would you move from good morning to attack them. But what happened to that person? He was released after he was interrogated for a few hours, and trust me, you don't want to be interrogated by the Israeli police. And he shut down his Facebook account because he was afraid. That is one example of real-world harm that comes out of non-transparent and discriminatory content moderation policies. It's not an outlier, but it speaks to a wider pattern of discrimination, and I'm happy to dive into that later in the panel.
transparency seems to be the ongoing, the refrain that we keep coming back to. And yet, I think most social media platforms would talk about themselves as having values. And yet, what do we mean by these values? They're global companies, they're used all over the world. But do they have global values? Maybe Dragana can speak more to that.
Thank you, Alejandro. That's quite a statement, global values. I think for most of these companies, they were created in the West, and so they're very much tailored, taking Facebook, for example, very much tailored for individualistic sort of Western expression. And so what we see is around the world, a lot of communities that use Facebook as a family or as a couple. They don't use them as an individual. And I think that's a very clear example of this wasn't designed for you. And there's very little effort by companies to make products that are designed for global users, that are adaptable, that are where users of different races and ethnicities and cultures who speak languages very different than English can see themselves in the technology, and that's what Localization Lab does. So it's not just language; it's also social constructs that are tied to this. It is the design. Design is very much political. It's changeable if you want it to be changed, right? But in this, very American Silicon Valley capitalist culture, it's designed to make a profit, and it's designed to make a profit from a North American and European, probably, audience most.
Can you give an example, a recent example of a platform that has not prioritized non-Western actors specifically recently?
Maybe not a platform, but we have worked with Signal before, and Signal app I know is going to be cutting down on certain languages like Hausa, which is spoken in Nigeria, and Pashto, which we worked on last year, in preparation of what was about to happen in Afghanistan, so that people would have an app to use for secure communication. But in a lot of cases, and Signal is not a company, it's a charity, right? So even in our sector, in public interest tech, we are not prioritized. I mean, look, we're speaking English here. I'm not sure if we're translating this conversation into other languages. And while this is a really cool group of people, are we having this conversation with this kind of power at this kind of scale elsewhere in the world?
Yeah, it's an important question to ask, right? It's an ongoing conversation, and we've seen the effects. You've both given us sort of sometimes dire effects, the terrible power imbalances that you've just mentioned. But we're also here for answers to an extent. So maybe Scott, our resident optimist, can give us some insight into what transparency actually looks like when it comes to moderation on social media platforms.
Thanks, Alex. Yeah, I was told to play a bit of the role of the optimist, maybe because of my background more in technology. I'm at a nonprofit, Midan, that is building technology to assist fact-checkers right across the globe. And I think we have been able to make some strides forward in terms of technology reaching out in additional languages, being able to group similar content for instance, being able to detect repeats of similar claims that have already been debunked. But I think when you talk about transparency, Alex, part of the problem here is maybe you can have transparency in the policies, but then there's the implementation of the policies. And I think it's that implementation piece where we still need a lot more transparency. It's, the policy says one thing, but it's maybe acted upon in different ways. And so as an example of that, and I think this is probably well known at this point, but with some of the work that we've been doing as well, you can detect the same claim being repeated across multiple languages, and yet, that claim will probably be labeled or taken down in English far faster than it is in other languages, if they're acted upon at all in those other languages. And so I think it's, where we need that transparency is much more at the enforcement, interpretation of policy.
If I can add to that, I don't think it's just, so it's not just the number of content moderators. We've been doing a review of social media platforms, I think YouTube, Facebook, and a number of other platforms of underrepresented languages, and we found that Google Translate was used for community guidelines. And then, so it's, like I mentioned earlier, it's not just language. When they're giving examples, there are references to ICE, which not relevant in Bangladesh, Myanmar, Ethiopia. It has a phone number for the hotline for Committee for Prevention of Violence Against Women and Children, also not applicable. There are policies on restricted goods and services like firearms. Other countries have very strict firearm laws that are not United States. So reviewers from Localization Lab have found it's not just how moderation is written. There's very little attention given to, again, who this is for, and how do we make this impactful for a global audience?
And it's a fundamental question you're asking, because ultimately underrepresented languages involve the most spoken languages in the world. Arabic is the third most spoken language in the world, and yet it is an underrepresented language. So the question is, how do we get the right people in the right rooms? What does proper content moderation look like? Not in terms of the tech, but in terms of the policy and the sorts of people who are there in the room making these policies, making the sort of decisions.
I think when we talk about content moderation of non-English languages, there are two aspects to that, in my opinion. One is we have to remember that these platforms, at the end of the day, are driven by growth and profit. So the decisions are made not based on what's best for the world or what's the ideal scenario or how to protect this marginalized person or to amplify marginalized voices, but where the market makes sense, or when there's a threat of being held liable or there's a threat of regulation, as is the case now in the EU. And therefore, a language like Arabic, which is not a minority language, it's, as you said, the third most spoken language on Facebook. It's one of the official global languages of the UN. And one would think that a country or a company like Meta has built its reputation on the Arab Spring and the Arab revolutions, that these companies have democratized information, that they are a force for good. And Mark Zuckerberg's founding letter in 2012 came on the aftermath of the Arab Spring. And yet here we are. For the Arabic region, or the Arabic-speaking region, which is around 200 million users, we have only around, if I remember correctly, 600 moderators. There are two companies that moderate content. There's one in Germany, in Essen, from all places, and there's one in Morocco. Interesting enough, according to the Facebook papers leak, the company in Morocco had said, we understand all Arabic dialects, so no problem, we can do it. But they have incorrectly flagged Arabic posts 77% of the time as terrorist content, which means that for political language, for political dissent, and this is where people rely on those platforms the most, when you don't have access to mainstream media, when actually media is suppressed in authoritarian countries, this is your only space to share, to express your narrative, to document human rights abuses. And yet, when you are politically expressive on those platforms, you are being censored under those policies designed to fight terrorism. Which leads me to my second point. When you want to moderate content, you need to understand the language. And here comes the issue of interpretation. I disagree with Scott. Sorry, Scott. But it's not only about the enforcement of the policies, it's also about the very design of the policies. A number of companies, we reference often Facebook mainly because it's the most popular platform in the region. There are policies that they could have been written by one of the regimes in the region, where certain political expressions are considered to be a praise of terrorism. It's devoid of political context, it's devoid of the local context and how people use languages to express themselves. as Dragana mentioned, it's a Western company that sees the world from a US-centric lens and sometimes, has to comply with US regulations, and as a result of that, local languages and dialects and expressions, especially political ones, are censored. So in summary, it's about the design of the policies, which again is absolutely non-transparent, and how they're being applied. All is at the detriment of the grassroots activist, of the journalist, of the person who's trying to speak the truth or trying to use the platform in ways that clearly Mark Zuckerberg or others have not had in mind when they first started these companies.
So a big issue here is transparency, but also transparency in a sort of local, like a lack of transparency within a very localized Western position. A lot of what we do at Rest of World is exactly that, which is talk about local issues in a sort of lens that is understandable for these Western readers and how it affects them, right? So in Spanish, there's a lot of disinformation going on social media around vaccines, and that doesn't get moderated as much, and there's a sort of weird recycling system through which it ends up back on American media and social media because it wasn't moderated in Spanish, even though that's not a Western, American, US priority. So, Scott, what do you have to say about that?
Well, let me back up just one moment, because I will say I don't think we actually disagree on that. When Alex asked about, where is transparency needed, maybe I jumped onto the enforcement, because at least the policies are there, you can read them. But I absolutely agree the design process for those policies needs a lot more transparency. So thank you for pointing that out. And then I think maybe to make this point, I guess it's not just language, is it? It's cultural context in so many instances. So, what we've been able to do in terms of matching content and such, this is just the bare minimum that you'd want to be able to do, because, okay, it allows you to find that information that's being recycled, as you say, Alex, from one language to another. But there's a lot of content that is unique to each language and culture, and that's where we absolutely need those local perspectives to capture it. So, I think there's give and take here. In some ways, the recycling, and I can give, lots of examples from this. Midan supports fact checkers in India, Brazil, the Philippines, and we've seen content, just move across those regions as well as brought into another language. And I think this is one pressure point that gets platforms or others to act, because all of a sudden it's on their doorstep. But I think we can do a lot better, right? We can identify that content a lot earlier if we actually had the infrastructure in place, if we had content moderators with local knowledge, culture, context.
What do you think, Dragana? You seem to be in agreement.
Well, we've worked together before with Midan, and what has worked really well is we've worked with real human people. We worked in a COVID-19 project where groups of people would be reading material to identify it as misinformation and write responses and have experts who respond to it. It takes a lot of effort. It's a lot of work, and it's contextual. It's different, not just language by language, but it's different by culture, and it works. When you put that much effort into community, when you build that trust with them, that works really well. But I'll add something to what Marwa said. In case of, we're talking about language, we're talking about, who is being left out of this. But if we remove this, from a platform, like Twitter or Facebook, there are a number of occasions where Black activists in the United States write about experiences of discrimination, of abuse, of violence, racialized violence, and their posts are taken down because, some really vague description of, community guidelines. Well, white supremacists will write just outright threats, and they will be left out. Will be left up. It won't be taken down by moderators. So it's not just culture. There has to be willpower to make change there.
That's an interesting point you draw up. Do Western and American prejudices coded into the way these platforms are run and moderated, do those have knock-on effects outside of the US in the rest of the world?
Absolutely.
Do you have anything that comes to mind?
I mean, I gave a few examples of how, how communities that have been left out, that have just joined the internet like a decade ago, that have kind of internet has been more and more affordable, and also smartphones have been more and more affordable, so that what we see at Localization Lab is that people find their own ways to adapt, and we don't want people to adapt. We want them to be able to see themselves in the technologies that they use, to be able to trust technologies. We don't want to build distrust. But ideas like very binary ideas of race, of gender, that come from the West, these are encoded in when you're putting together a profile in social media. Are you male or female? It's only recently have been asking the question, we've been developing a culture to ask each other's pronouns to fight this. But meanwhile, that's been happening all over the world in different forms. We've just been kind of writing over that. And then, and I think on lines of race especially, it's extremely dangerous how, discrimination is pushed through technology and not audited at all.
Yeah. You said an interesting word there, and I'd like to go back to it, building. Before I throw to questions from the audience, I'd like to ask all of you, and I'd love to hear each one of your points. What can civil society, government, and the platform themselves do now that is the most impactful yet simplest thing they can do immediately? Let's start with Scott and go down the line.
There's so many things. Where to start?
Quick and easy. Give us something they can do today.
Yeah, I mean, I think this word on building actually is a really good word, because it is around building that sense of, in building through communities. I think that would be it, actually. I would say building through communities, right? And so we have civil society organizations that know the local culture. They know the challenges. And one of the projects that I'm working on right now with National Science Foundation funding in the US, we're trying to shift this move from misinformation responses, sort of one claim at a time, which fact-checking organizations have done very well, but it's always reactive, and it's always behind the curve, as it were, to addressing the broader narratives. And I think this is where community organizations just excel to such a great extent. They have their ear on the ground. They know about the long-running issues in these communities, and that those sorts of perspectives should absolutely inform the design of policy, the enforcement of policy, adjudication, straight on through, I think.
Marwa.
Oh, I have so much to share. I would say to companies, stop the pretense and get to action. I mean, I'm personally extremely frustrated that, as civil society, someone who advocates for digital rights, we are in close contacts with those companies. We hold regular meetings, but what comes out of these meetings is the most important. They know the issues. There is no shortage of coverage. There's no shortage of human rights experts, content moderation experts that can pinpoint what's exactly problematic in Mexico, in Palestine, in Myanmar. It's about willpower. It's a political decision first and foremost, and of course a financial one. So it's really time for companies to walk the talk and implement the policies they've publicly committed to. What is human rights, after all, when your users are being censored and you're being non-transparent about it? Or you're prioritizing certain regions because the perpetrator is a clear evil, and that's not necessarily the case with other places, and you assume neutrality. And for government, since we're here in Brussels and the EU has made quite a huge advancement with the Digital Services Act, try to always remember that whatever legislation that regulate those companies will have a spillover effect. It's much more global than you think. It goes beyond the European Union, and it will affect users around the world. And I think we are at a very interesting time where we can uphold human rights. If companies don't want to do it out of goodwill, then they might want to do it because they have to. And I think it's really important. So think global of those legislations.
Dragana.
Transparency would be the first one. We have a group of 7,000 people who are volunteers with Localization Lab. And when we can't make technologies available, we tell them we can't. I mean, that being accountable to users is the most important thing, and this is how we have trust of so many people. But with the companies, I think that applies. And the second thing would be to pay money to people who are, if we're asking for underrepresented indigenous people, minorities to flag content that is threatening them, their lives, if we're asking them to do free labor, we should pay them for that. We're taking their data, we're building a whole market based off of this data. I'm not a capitalist, so yeah, we should be paying people for their work.
And putting in safeguards to keep content moderators safe. This is difficult work, and if it's, even within properly paid content moderation, there are psychological harms that I think we can better address. And if we don't do it within formal content moderation, then it's falling to volunteer content moderation, where indeed many of those safeguards just aren't there.
I think we'd like to hear from the audience. Who's got any questions? I can keep chatting all day, but I think it's only right that you've made it all the way here to ask any questions. So, anyone? Over there, right at the back.
We were told there might be a mic running around. There it is.
Hello. Yeah. 1, 2, yes. Hello, I'm Alex from EU DFRLab. You thought about, you discussed about giving penalties to companies if they don't actually follow the book. So do you support sanctions against companies that would not follow their own policies? And what kind of sanctions do you foresee? Should these be financial sanctions, other type of sanctions? Do you see anything that could force companies to be more accountable on that? Thank you.
Take it away. Who wants to go?
I can go. You mean sanctions if the companies don't follow their own rules? Well, there are no sanctions. I mean, one of the problems, I would say, of content moderation today and why it is a failure on scale is because platforms enjoy a form of self-regulation. That's the form of governance we have now. And I think we need to move towards a system where there is regulation that centers human rights and the user, not government's interest in censoring speech, because that can also get out of hand. I mean, I come from a region where there is rising digital authoritarianism, and any government would be happy to take from the EU textbook and just apply it wherever, and then it's a completely different story. So I'm not an expert in EU laws, let's put it this way, but I think if we look at the GDPR as an example of sanctioning governments that don't comply with regulation, there might be an interesting piece to reflect on. But whatever the sanction system might look like, I think it's really important to end this era of self-regulation because it has not served users well.
I like the point that you touched there, which is, right, we're talking a lot about the platforms themselves. They can be sort of the villains of the story. But also, what are the alternatives, right? In Mexico, we had a conversation about a public option, Twitter, an equivalent, a Mexican government-run equivalent to Twitter. And people sort of took it with a laugh because no one took it seriously, didn't get deployed, obviously, but people thought, well, why on earth would we trust the Mexican state to be any better than these platforms? And so regulation is a massively important thing. But first, let's get to this question. What can platforms do to mitigate the possibility that their own policies can be weaponized in non-Western countries? I think that's a fascinating question. We've got issues with, they call them hostage-taking laws, where the platforms are forced to have an office in the country they're in, and that sort of puts people in harm's way, almost hostages, which is why it has the name, and that's the reason why they can sometimes excuse themselves from being from regulating themselves, because they're playing the part of the sort of like subdued company within an authoritarian context. So what do you think? Okay.
Pass. I'll let
I can
go for it.
I mean, Scott.
No, jump in if you like.
Well, these kinds of laws, like data sovereignty laws, that require platforms to localize and have a local representative that would answerable to government requests of surveillance or censorship, and if they don't comply, well, they'll be sanctioned and throttled into basically oblivion. We've seen it in Turkey. There's a social media bill that was passed in 2020. Iran is also has a law on the table that would do exactly the same. And probably those kind of laws will go on the rise. Now, I know we've made platforms the villains, but sometimes they can be free speech heroes. Depends on where they are and the company. I mean, Twitter, for instance, has pushed really hard in India, where the government was also trying to have leverage or pressure the company to remove certain content, I believe was critical of Modi or something like that. So I think, yeah, platforms have a responsibility to push back. But of course, it's a difficult one to tackle, because what would you do as a platform when you're operating in a country where it tells you, well, give us this person's data or you'll be throttled? It's not an easy one to crack, for sure. And there's a responsibility for platforms to uphold their commitments whenever there is a threat or challenge. So, I mean, I wouldn't want to be in their shoes, let's put it this way, especially when you're operating in an authoritarian country. And sadly, when we talk about connected futures, I'll declare myself as the pessimist in the room. It's not going to be as connected as we wish to be if we don't really fight against these kind of laws that are popping up everywhere. So we have a collective responsibility as citizens, as residents of the world, wherever we are, to push and challenge governments when such proposals arise.
So maybe that's the missing piece, right? We've talked about the companies, we've talked about the governments. What about civil society, organized civil society? I know Scott's worked with activist groups and sort of tried to sort of square that circle that square. How does it work? What are the challenges? What sort of success stories do you have?
Yeah, I mean, almost to both of those questions that were on the screen previously, context is so important. How do you empower people to make their own decisions, understand what sort of content they can trust online? It's about giving them context from where it comes, what might be the bigger narratives into which something is fitting, where are those actors coming from. In the same way that we avoid sort of weaponization of policies that maybe are created for good reasons in democratic countries and then turned around and used by authoritative regimes to justify crackdowns in other ways. So fake news is a good term of this. Back in 2012, Midan was working to start fighting misinformation in the Egyptian presidential elections at that time. And, again, it was just sort of completely off the radar, but the whole idea of fake news being false or misleading has just been co-opted to mean news I disagree with broadly, right? And so I think it's so important that we have clear definitions by what do we mean. And say the IFCN, the International Fact-Checking Network, in this instance, sort of provide a good definition of, say, hey, these are standards by which we assess fact-checking organizations, for instance, and those then remove it from any individual government to decide, oh, I'm going to set up my own fact-checking initiative and, flag all the things I don't like, if I want to be involved, I should adhere to these standards set by an independent civil society organization in this case. And I think, those sorts of civil society partnerships, I think, are a real opportunity. Midan works hand in hand with civil society organizations, fact-checking organizations, to reach out directly to people, provide them opportunities to report content and, discover fact-checking resources.
Dragana, sort of fusing this question with a bit of the question on screen, what sort of best practices can you talk to us about when it comes to not only the platforms, but also civil society organizations? What can they do? What have they done? And what have you done within the moderation context?
Yeah. If I may, I think you're leaving out a group here also. There are employees of these companies too, which I think over the past couple of years have played a really significant part in both leaking information, advocating inside companies. I don't know, I've never worked in one of these companies, so I don't know how this happens, but it is really inspiring, and it's great to see them working together with civil society groups. But to be more pessimistic than Marwa,
It's not a competition, guys.
I know. Here's the thing. When we're talking about connected futures, when we're leaving people out, it means certain people have access to more and more and more information. They're better connected, and others aren't. Where that rift is growing faster and faster and faster, the faster technologies that we have. So when we imagine connected futures, there's just so much work to do, and what we've been discussing today doesn't even scratch the surface.
So we've got 1 minute left. In 10 seconds, I'd love to hear from each of you. What would you like to be done immediately now? Just your quick 10-second conclusion.
Well, I'll say with the question on the screen, there's a lot of work that can be done better bridging academia and practice. And I think, this is an area I'm passionate about, multilingual natural language processing. So I think there's a lot that we can do there. Yeah.
Co-design policies with communities, talk with them, implement their recommendations. It's very simple.
Transparencies and what we mentioned earlier, and hiring more people, more actual people to be involved, and paying them fair, and fining the companies, and prohibiting lobbying.
Easy stuff. Well, thank you so much for being here. Thank you for DFRLab, and we'll continue the conversation as we go forward. Thanks.
Thank you to all of our panelists. Thank you, Alex. Thank you, Scott. Thank you, Marwa. Thank you, Dragana. That was a really insightful conversation and a lot to learn. And I think even though there is a lot of pessimism and cynicism that is wrapped up in these conversations, because working on these issues, they are exposed to the consequences, and the consequences can be dire. But for me, I see a glimmer of hope, and it does give me a little bit of optimism to know that we have people who are pushing on this issue, who are advocating for it, and who aren't letting up, who are keeping the pressure on these companies to do better and to create better spaces. So with that, we have a coffee break coming up right now. It's in the panoramic room. It's just going to be about 5 or 10 minutes. Come back here at 3:15, please, for our next session. And we have some whiteboards that you'll see in the coffee room. And we have some questions about tech policy that we would love for you guys to give us your thoughts on. So enjoy, have some coffee, relax. Thank you.
welcome back. As everybody is trickling back in from coffee break, I hope everybody is well caffeinated as well as well hydrated for the final stretch of day one of 360 Open Summit. This week marks a solemn anniversary of the massacre in Tiananmen Square. Our next speaker also marks a solemn anniversary, and the last time she joined us at 360 Open Summit, it was the day that the Apple Daily News in Hong Kong was shut down, marking a major milestone in the backslide of democracy in that city.
Really excited momentarily to invite on stage our next speaker. And part of the reason that we wanted to have her here is that it's easy to forget what's going on in Hong Kong. But as we've been talking about, as the theme of our conference is focused on, our futures are interconnected, and everybody's fate when it comes to digital authoritarianism, access to the internet, and democracy itself are interlinked. So our next speaker who we'll bring up here momentarily is Chen Qingquang. She is one of the most well-known frontline defenders of democracy in the Hong Kong protest movement. If you saw images from the famous umbrella movement, they were probably from her. She brought attention and the world's attention to the cause of a very unique movement organizing technique in Hong Kong and continues to do that work now as the Hong Kong campaigns coordinator for the Interparliamentary Alliance on China. We are honored to welcome her to the stage. Give her a good round of applause. Thank you for joining us today.
Thank you very much. Okay. Hi, it's really nice to, again, see real people. I'm still getting used to that in general. I'm Chen Qingquang. I'm an activist born and raised in Hong Kong, and I'm currently living in self-imposed exile in Germany for obvious reasons because what's happening in Hong Kong. Can I please have the slides, please? No, I guess. I'll just go on and we can catch up with the visuals and everything. In 2019, a mass-scale social movement broke out in Hong Kong. I'm sure a lot of you have seen on the internet or on television where there are police brutality, mass protests in the streets, 1 million, 2 million people on the street. And for your reference, that's a quarter of a population. And imagine if it's in your country, a quarter of the population went onto the street, the government would have stepped down, I think, 2 or 3 times already. But not in the case of Hong Kong, because we don't have genuine democracy. So what happens is, as the COVID pandemic hits Hong Kong, the government took the chances. On-street protesting, it's kind of slowing down and lost some of the momentum. They passed a draconian law called the National Security Law, which criminalizes basically every political movement or activities on the ground. If you are on-the-ground protesters, you're basically a terrorist. If you, like me, talking to all of you, I am basically colluding with foreign forces, meaning that you are all my accomplices, with or without consent in that case. And if you are engaging in other policy advocacies, you might be seen as promoting sedition and other things. So it became quite problematic in Hong Kong right now, as we have lost the freedom of speech online, and we're heavily surveilled in the city. The National Security Law provides the government and law enforcement with huge power to put everyone under surveillance without sufficient ground. And they don't need a court warrant anymore. They can simply have our chief executive, which is the leader of our city, to consent, and they can do it. And while our chief executive, again, is not democratically elected, or in another way you can say they are puppets of Beijing, they can actually do anything that they want in that case. And at the same time, they are trying to put Hong Kong into a black box situations. In many places, there are a lot of restrictions on online spaces. For example, multiple websites are being blocked. A UK-based organization called Hong Kong Watch, which monitors Hong Kong freedom and democracy are being blocked, so nobody can actually access it without a VPN in Hong Kong. At the same time, under the national security law, there are legal liabilities for online service providers and internet service providers. They have the obligation to comply with content removal requests from the government and data requests of the government. Failing to do so will result in imprisonment or fine. Worst of all, the government have the power to seize the servers or anything that they use to host the content so that the government can take them down themselves. So online service providers and internet service providers are being put in a situation where they have to choose whether or not they're going to uphold the values that they claim to defend, like freedom of speech online or other rights of expression, or they are risking to completely leave the market because they face criminal liabilities under the national security law. A lot of the online service providers have promised that they will not turn over data to the Hong Kong government after the law was enacted in Hong Kong, like Twitter, Google, Facebook. They said they're not going to do that. But very recently, a report found that Google has actually turned over data to the Hong Kong government under a different sets of norms that they have within their internal policies, which become hugely problematic. Because I think Google know myself better than I do in certain ways. They know what I like. They can basically deduce if I'm having a breakup judging by how often I listen to Taylor Swift or whatever that I'm looking at on the internet. And this is hugely problematic. And I know this sounds like an overstatement, but we are actually seeing the direction of the travel of Hong Kong's digital rights and digital freedom, moving towards into a direction of Xinjiang. Hong Kong is reflecting the architecture of repression in Xinjiang right now. The visual is showing you the demonstration of something called Smart Prison Initiative in Hong Kong. They are installing cameras in prison cells, where a lot of my friends are being kept right now. And they're installing voice recognitions on phone inside prisons where prisoners used to contact their families or their lawyers and so on. And they are requesting some of the detainees to wear a wristband, something that we have to wear when you're in a COVID quarantine. Suddenly became something you have to wear in prison so that they can track your location, they can track movement, or even record what's happening. At the same time, when you're on the streets, if you're luckily not being arrested for your political activities, when you're on the streets in Hong Kong, you are being surveilled. There are cameras everywhere. I was doing a research on the ground in Hong Kong about surveillance on university campuses and other places that you would expect privacy, like parks. And surprisingly, not actually surprisingly, but surprisingly enough, there are a lot of cameras, and a lot of them are actually capable of facial recognition according to how they look, what kind of brand they belong to, and what kind of model that we can observe on the ground. And the government actually have access to facial recognition technologies that are being imported from foreign countries. And those companies provide them with sophisticated trainings, telling them how they maximize the use of these systems so that they can actually track protesters down with facial recognition or analyze the image for other uses. And there are stop and search happening on the streets. You're easily being stopped on the street if you're wearing all black, for example, because this week is the week of the anniversary of the Tiananmen massacre. You get stopped on the street. And even though it's against the law, the authorities have the power to ask you to unlock your phone because you risk arrest or being taken back to a police station. So they ask you to open their phone, and they look into the content of it. They look if you have Telegram, if you have Signal, who have been talking to, what are you following on social media, to determine if you're going to have a hard time or not. And at the same time, we have COVID restrictions like COVID apps that we use to scan a QR code just like we do in Europe. But the different thing is the app is not open sourced. We don't know what's happening behind the app. And at the same time, our law provides for data transfer to China without any check and balance. So basically, any data collected in Hong Kong of Hong Kongers or foreign citizens can be legally transferred outside of Hong Kong, despite we actually do have GDPR and the implications do apply. But because GDPR is a European law and had never been an extraterritorial application yet, nobody knows what actually happens to the data in that case. And many other things that is happening in Hong Kong, like there is a widening scope of sedition. There are medias being charged with sedition because they are hosting certain contents that are deemed inappropriate or encouraging subversion of the Chinese Communist Party. And they face a minimum of 2 years in prison, even though it's not as serious as the national security law. And there are many law amendments that are hindering free speech online. For example, the government is now proposing a copyright amendment, which provides not enough exemption to works like memes online, which is, I think, not only for Hong Kong, but for everybody here, a really important way to express your political opinions or just general discontent about life, about COVID, or other stuff. And at the same time, there are laws, like fake news laws, that's being proposed in Hong Kong. And it sounds very normal to have fake news law. It sounds like a nice thing, right? There are a lot of fake news and disinformation, and we do need to address them. But the thing is, in the context of Hong Kong, it became problematic. Who gets to determine what actually is genuine news? Is reporting about June 4th massacre and the commemorations, is that news, real news in the case of Hong Kong? The government would certainly say nothing have happened on 4th of June, 1989. So that's fake news. We're going to take it down. And so Hong Kong kind of enters into that black box situation where no news comes out because everything the government doesn't like is fake. And whatever we do as activists or political activities on the ground will easily not be reported. And journalists will engage in self-censorship, saying that, oh, doing that might risk my whole bureau in Hong Kong. Maybe I don't do that. So this is the whole thing, the whole situation that's happening in Hong Kong. Basically, we're living under fear and self-censorship. But that's my city and my story, right? I'm telling you about a place that's quite far away from Brussels. So why should you care? The reason why you should care is because it's not just Hong Kongers' loss. The loss of all those digital freedoms, online freedom of speech, is a value that we all treasure. And this is our way of life that we wish to uphold. So it's basically your loss to a certain extent too. And because you all play a role in it too. The reason why I say you all play a role there is because your laws and policies do have impact on Hong Kong. The heated debate about encryption in the United States will have an effect on if we as activists get access to encrypted communications, whether or not I get to talk to my loved ones and families back in Hong Kong, whether or not I actually have safe ways to communicate ideas with people who might be living in authoritarian states. For example, Belgium is talking about banning encrypted communication tools because they want to implement a law that's to replace the ECJ rejected data retention law, a data retention act. I can't remember the exact name of that law. So the impact is other European countries might follow. And me residing in Germany would have a problem of trying to communicate with my friends who are still in Hong Kong safely. Because technically, I'm a criminal. And they would be in trouble if they were found out that they're talking to me. And other regulations, like data protection regulations, like GDPR, has an impact, it set a standard for the rest of the world to follow and observe. Antitrust laws, if we can only access technology through certain platforms, like the Apple App Store, the Google Store. An app doesn't actually exist if they're not on the app stores. And I am clearly not tech savvy enough to actually know how to sideload things on an iPhone, because I really lack the brain power to understand that most of the time. And standard setting, China, it's very eagerly participating in standard setting. in all sets, in all walks of the world, especially when it comes to technology. Are we aware enough of the impact that it might have on our life? If an authoritarian regime like that gets to set the standard, we might all be like deeply in trouble. And another thing is the business model of companies that we use. Like as I said, like Google definitely can predict when I'm having a breakup, right? Like letting Google know that it's kind of bad enough. But when commercial surveillance and governmental surveillance work hand in hand, this is my worst nightmare. Like going through a breakup is bad enough, and then having Google know it, not really nice. But what if the Hong Kong government can request the data from Google one day, and then they will know, okay, she's under a lot of stress right now. Let's do something to her, or let's keep it on a file so that we know exactly how she's performing, what she's doing, and what she's up to, who she's talking to, who she's emailing, or who is she drunk texting, or whatever. That becomes a huge problem. And one of the solutions to that, even though it sounds super naive and super unachievable, is data minimization. If we can develop new business models that does not sell users as the product, it might change something. It might change the way we interact with services, we interact with different products in the world. And you're also at stake. I'm so sorry about that. In European Union, there is a judgment called Schrems II judgment that is laid down in 2021, would actually allow cross-border data transfer from European Union to any third countries under that set of legal requirements, including China. Meaning that your data can be actually transferred legally to China, no matter like what happens to it. For example, if you're using TikTok, their privacy statements provides that they will transfer data to their mother company, BitDance, which is located in Beijing. And by law, any entities in China are obliged to transfer data to the Beijing government as soon as they receive a request. So basically, European data, even though we have GDPR, the best data protection regime currently, our data is still at stake. And the product you use, I'm not so sure if you're aware if there is a scandal in the UK during COVID times, that is, the health minister, the former health minister was having an affair. And nobody knows exactly where it's, like, where did it come from, like, where does the leak come from. But a lot of media was emphasizing the camera that captured it is actually Hikvision. And out of other reasons, like because Hikvision is so heavily involved in Xinjiang forced labor camps and building a surveillance system, the UK health minister decided to ban Hikvision in general. And the UK has already banned Hikvision because of its human rights, involvement in human rights violations too. And the online services that we use, TikTok, WeChat, they all practice content moderation. Like, what does it have an impact on us? For example, Australian politicians heavily rely on TikTok because of the population of Asian and Chinese in the country. And then some of the content get blocked. So it's not only Hong Kongers or Chinese citizens or Uyghurs, Tibetans, freedom of speech are being hindered. To a certain extent, your way of life is being hindered under this kind of situation too. And also, like, I'm here to make you slightly uncomfortable so that things would change for the better, is that we all play a part in indirect involvement in oppression. Many companies in Europe have enabled oppression to happen, not only in Hong Kong, but also in the Xinjiang region, when it comes to forced labor, mass surveillance, social credit system. Siemens from Germany and Telefonica from Spain, they helped the Chinese government to build that mass surveillance system, leading millions of Uyghurs being detained in re-education camps and practice in forced labor. And then this kind of huge mass surveillance system is being exported to other places under authoritarian rule. Are we actually doing enough to stop them? Are we actually addressing the problem when we say the European Union as a whole or the free world as a whole are trying to defend a rule-based world order and trying to defend human rights in general? Many companies across the world actually provided the Hong Kong police force with technologies, with trainings, so that they can crack down on me and my fellow activists and my fellow Hong Kongers. are we ready to actually do something to change it? So I would love to ask you to do a few things. Other than the things that are written, I would really love to ask you to step up your security game to a certain extent. Because I'm not sure if you have friends who live under oppression, or in general, stepping up the security game will benefit the whole community, not just you here, but many other people in the world. You, as consumers, have a role to play in stepping up your security game and demanding better privacy. And I wish if there are any policymakers in the room or anyone who works in policy, we will work together to ban entities that are involved in human rights violation from government procurements. We should in no way allow human rights violations at this, like companies that are involved in human rights violation be benefiting from taxpayer money. I think if you grab a random passerby on the streets and ask them, do you actually want to take part in like oppression and stuff? I think clearly everybody will say no. So why are we actually turning a blind eye to the problem? And ban entities from being involved in human rights violations. Set up due diligence laws, regulations, to require companies when they're practicing to actually be aware of human rights conditions in different places so that the things that are happening in Hong Kong or in other places will not worsen. And also be aware of your laws and your policies, meaning that your choice as a citizen to vote for someone in the elections actually have an impact on us. And I wish that everyone in this room and globally will rank human rights higher than most other things. Because this is the common value that we share. And this is the common value we should all work to defend, no matter the costs. Thank you.
Can I ask you to move aside real quick? Thank you so much. Thank you so much for that extremely powerful talk. I hope that when we invite you back to the stage next year to speak again, that there's better news and fewer solemn occasions to mark. For the next conversation, though, I'm really excited to bring up with me one of our non-resident fellows, Newton Campbell, who probably has a cooler job than anyone in this room. No offense to the rest of you, but he's NASA's AI guy, which I think sounds fun. I don't actually know what that means most of the time.
It just means that I play with robots all day.
That does, in fact, sound cooler. Maybe in space, too.
Yeah, sometimes in space.
Anyway, we're really excited to have Newton introduce the next panel because we're going to spend the next 2 sessions as we close out the day looking ahead. So we've had a lot of conversations about what has happened in the past. We've had some conversations about what's happening right now. We have opportunities to shape the world that comes to be. And this is one of the first panels that we'll get to talk about that. So without further ado, Newton, I hand it to you. And to everyone here, you're almost in the final stretch of day 1. Thank you for your excellent attention. We'll see you back up here soon. Newton.
Thanks very much, Rose. As Rose talked about, we're going to talk a little bit about the future, something we know a bit about over at NASA. One of the areas of artificial intelligence that I work in is called digital transformation, where when we think about digital transformation, we think about shifting the workforce over using, to the future using brand new technologies. And we take note of the technologies that are out there in the wild and see how we can incorporate them into our practices. Some of those technologies have been at the center of congressional hearings and the like, technologies for Web 3.0, NFTs, blockchain, so on and so forth. After 13 years after the global financial crisis, we've sort of decided that the best thing to do is deregulate the economy. So we at least want to investigate how we do that. As we go forward, we want to make sure that as we're looking into these technologies and how they're used, the right people are in the room. So we have the right people on this panel. One of those folks is Khushbu Shah. She will be moderating today's panel. Khushbu's spent about 13 years rebuilding, rethinking the diversity and education in the newsroom, understanding how to change its culture. And she will be introducing the rest of our panel today. So without further ado, Khushbu Shah.
Hi, welcome. So most people don't even really know what Web3 is. In a casual poll done by Harvard Business Review, their readers in March 22 said that about 70% of them didn't know what the term meant, what crypto was, what Bitcoin was, Bored Ape Yacht Club, and how, let alone what the tech behind it might accomplish. So through its supporters and advocates, it's been linked to the potential to unlock ambitions around decentralization, to be a remedy to excessive centralization, which can stymie coordination, erode freedom, democracy, economic stability. But even before we get to that question in the future, what is Web3? How are we going to use it? What does it mean for our future? What are its limitations and points of opportunity? And so we have three incredible experts. First, Alex Zerdan, who's the Adjunct Senior Fellow for Energy, Economics, and Security Program at the Center for New American Security. Nanjira Sambuli, who's a Fellow for Technology and International Affairs Program at the Carnegie Endowment for International Peace. And joining us from Portugal, Kathy Mulligan, who's a Professor and Director of DFRLab. And so, Kathy, I think the first and most important question is, what is Web3? Is it even real?
I mean, firstly, thank you for having me as a giant head in your presentation today. It's great to be here. I think that for me, I think that the most important thing about Web 3.0 is actually it doesn't yet exist. What it is it's a name, it's a placeholder for a set of technologies that are under development in today's world. So actually, there is no clear definition of Web 3.0 as it stands today. Its original meaning when we started to talk, when we heard whispers of Web 3.0 in the beginning, was looking at things like semantic web and the use of open data across the internet to connect web technologies together in a new and more integrated fashion. What we're starting to see in today's world is this idea of Web 3.0 and the concepts of decentralization, blockchain, NFTs, all starting to also be put forward as part of Web 3.0. That being said, Web 3.0 can be whatever you actually really want it to be. And for me, I think Web 3.0 is really about looking at the power structures and the relationships that exist in the web technologies and working out new ways of interacting around those, and then developing the underlying technologies in response to those needs and requirements, rather than what is happening today, really, which is that the requirements are being forced onto this moniker of Web 3.0.
Thank you. So, Nanjira and Alex, what do its supporters believe it'll be able to do? So in theory, what does it promise? And then in practice, what's actually happening?
So happy to kick it off, and thank you all for having me. I think it is an idea that I agree with Kathy, that we don't know where this is going to go, but I think there is a large cultural, economic, and technological movement afoot. And I had the opportunity to work in the Obama administration working on fintech strategy, and we worked on a report and a framework and saying, where are new and emerging technologies going? And a model that we had was the Clinton administration in the 1990s wrote a similar report about e-commerce. And so in the middle of the tech boom, there was a lot of froth, there was a lot of venture investment, there was a lot of movement of people, of communities onto this new internet that was more widely and publicly accessible. And many of those companies no longer exist today. Many of those projects no longer exist today. But what was created was a vision for a more integrated economic and digitally enabled platforms. And good, bad, and ugly. I mean, I think there's a lot of challenges with that. We've seen on the security side, we see on the financial inclusion side, we see in a range of different vectors. But at the end of the day, I really agree that we are dealing with a new culture, a new community, and I think a desire coming both out of the financial crisis and addressing other structural societal challenges, whether that's driven by the pandemic or elsewhere, that people are looking for new opportunities, new technologies, and new solutions for existing social, economic, political problems.
I would add to that it's also about the governance, right? I think a lot of that
movement and technologies is converging around challenging the existing models of governance at both local and global levels. So there are discontents about who's been included, who's been excluded, and who's trying to disrupt the status quo, especially if it's not been serving them. That's an interesting undercurrent, often not spoken about when we see a movement like this. So really, it's, I think, for the first time, one iteration of tech movement where we're seeing all these things being discussed in parallel. And hopefully that could help us complicate the conversation about what can work, what's hype, what's substance going forward.
Kathy, are there any unintended consequences of depending on something like Web3 for users in terms of governance and power?
Yeah, absolutely. So, what we've been seeing in our research is we've been looking a lot at the DAO movement and also a lot of the, different voting mechanisms that are being used. And the idea behind the DAOs is that they're supposed to be decentralized autonomous organizations, and everybody is supposed to be able to vote, and everybody is supposed to have some kind of egalitarian sort of nirvana in these technologies that are being developed. The reality is that it's really based on whoever has the most Ethereum or the most money has the most voting power. So ultimately, the power structures are not that different to what is happening in the day-to-day world. The person with the most money wins. So there are a huge number of unintended consequences. Thinking that this is really decentralized is a big risk, I think, for many people. And it depends what you mean by decentralization. But the other issue is, of course, that the more that you rely on these kind of technologies, the greater and more embedded the digital inequalities become. So I think that there's a balance of power problem emerging in the world around control and access of data. And the Web 3.0 technologies definitely feed into that, as the previous lightning speaker was very competently highlighting.
Alex, you mentioned that, this is Web3 is creating a new culture, a new community, it's new tech. It's also being utilized by big tech. That was part of Web 2. So is there the potential for Web 3 to reinforce the current strata of power with companies like Google and Meta and Facebook, Amazon taking on stablecoin, crypto?
Yeah, absolutely. And so we're seeing what is a lot of tensions and a lot of potential contradictions in this space. As Kathy mentioned, a push towards decentralization, but then a lot of actors involved in the space, particularly investors and technologists, are coming from very centralized, very well-resourced organizations, entities, and individuals. And so within that, I think there was a very emblematic case study that we've seen just crop up over the past several years, which was the launch and ultimate decline of the Libra Diem stablecoin project that was ultimately a nonprofit Swiss organization backed by many large financial and technology companies, but for better or for worse, heavily associated with Facebook, now Meta. And while the organization attempted to develop a regulatory first, a highly technology inclusive and financially inclusive financial product that had regulatory support, it ultimately did not prevail. Earlier this year, the company dissolved. It sold its technology to a US bank and just really serves as a proposition for the strong legal, legislative, regulatory opposition, other stakeholder opposition for substantial engagement and fundamental game-changing engagement between large technology companies and these new and emerging technologies, particularly here we saw with the stablecoin product.
Ninjir, so thinking about that and what we've seen happen with Web 2, what's currently happening with Web 3, what does the landscape look like in the rest of the world? What's the potential for opportunity there? Is there any?
Yeah, at the moment, you see, for example, in a number of African countries, people really trying to buy into the positive vision around Web3. And I think one really interesting space there has been the crypto finance dimension, where a number of African countries have users who are leading in the world with peer-to-peer crypto transactions. And that's just really an indicator that the existing financial system is not working for them, so much so that somebody would rather, in a sense, risk it a lot or risk it all in the crypto markets. Now, what's really interesting is that in terms of the infrastructure, in terms of the builders, there's still not enough inclusion for some parts of the world, but there's really an enthusiasm to be part of it and to write a chapter in how all these technologies are interpreted, appropriated, and so on. So it does really make a signal for those studying, or those saying they're supporting the building of whatever Web3 will be, to think about inclusion differently. Not that you build in the transatlantic and then you sort of export it to the rest of the world, but monitor the different movements and how people are trying to adapt to these technologies that are somehow within reach, but appropriating them to signal what is not working. And that's making for some really interesting tensions also with the governance in some of these countries where you're just seeing net attempts at banning stuff, and you're like, we've passed that era, man. I mean, like, think about a different way of doing it. And you're seeing the tension between generations as well, because then you have the regulators lived through, some wars, and others were living through new wars, and they're like, okay, we don't understand one another. So it's a really good lens in the rest of the world, really, to see how, what I was talking about earlier, the governance, the tech, the actors sort of converging in a complicated way beyond what we're typically seeing in the sort of US-Europe dimension.
So to that end, I have a question for all three of you. Can Web3 lead to a truly decentralized system? Is that even possible? What's happening? I'd like to take it.
Happy to jump on it. I mean, I think there's going to be features of decentralization. There's going to be features of centralization. I think we're in, again, a very nascent and early space, and I think this is a competitive atmosphere right now, one among like-minded democratic countries and partners, and then also against authoritarian regimes of who's going to have the prevailing legal regulatory regimes as well as technological supremacy in this space. Coming from the national security perspective, the Biden administration released an executive order on digital assets, really focusing on bringing these technologies into a sound regulatory framework. But what they called for was a study. So they wanted, across a number of verticals of international competitiveness, more further looking at US central bank digital currency and technology development, responsible national security considerations for the prevention of illicit financial uses, money laundering, terrorism financing, weapons proliferation, and ransomware. And then here in the EU, it's timely that we're in Brussels. They're undergoing a major reconsideration of the framework for markets and crypto assets, and to understand what the future of digital asset regulation looks like here. And while China, very aggressively develops a central bank digital currency that is highly centralized, highly prone to surveillance equities, and I think the competition right now is both for technology, for talent, as well as for the most sound legal and regulatory regime that will enable these new technologies, both in a centralized, decentralized, or some type of hybrid fashion, to take root and to thrive. And I think that's going to be the challenge over the next 10 to 20 years.
I think it's more than just the tech, right, or the vision, all these competing interests in different geographies and how they play out. I mean, I think sometimes it's even a question of whether we're all just bundling expectations around a certain term, because in a sense, what happens if some systems compromise in a sense and become interoperable? And we're seeing that with the conversations around open banking. You might see a lot more people get comfortable and get off the very, in a sense, extreme interpretation of decentralization. That said, I think what we're seeing with this movement and why it's converging around tech is just basically discontentment with the status quo. I read once that somebody said, blockchain was really a trauma response to the 2008 financial crisis, and it's not a wrong way to put it. There are the systems that prevail in the world that are not working, and I think there are values being assigned and hopes being assigned, and in fact, trust being assigned to this new idea of building something and hopefully seeding your expectations, your hopes, your aspirations to challenge what exists and probably did not include a lot of people. So time will tell, and different geographies will tell.
Alex, I think you've worked on... Sorry, Kathy, please.
Standard mute button.
Apologies, sorry. I was just going to say, I mean, just actually also from a purely technological perspective, to classify these as decentralized technologies is really quite dangerous. So if you look at the traffic on Bitcoin and Ethereum, I think it's 90% of Ethereum traffic and 85% of Bitcoin traffic traverses one of 10 networks in the world. There's no such thing as decentralized or anonymous, actually, in this kind of space. And I think that's a fallacy. And what really worries me is people are using this as a response to, I completely agree with Nanjira, this is a response to status quo. It's a problem with the status quo. But thinking that these technologies are going to solve that for us, I think, is massively dangerous. We need to be extremely careful and think really deeply about how we implement them, but more importantly, how we communicate what they are actually doing. And then finally, you know, the thing about becoming totally decentralized, I don't actually understand it anyway. We're humans, right? I mean, if we become totally decentralized, we're all living as one individuals, completely separated from each other. So, you know, it's about humanity and it's about our social norms, and the rest is the technology. Sorry to interrupt.
Well, Kathy, building off of that last point, you know, you mentioned that it could be quite dangerous to think about it as a decentralized technology. And then you mentioned the risks. And I think if Alex and Kathy and Nanjira, you could build on this. Alex, I'll come to you first. Are there risks, to Kathy's point, in utilizing crypto or blockchain when human rights are in question, when we're trying to talk about digital and democracy in one go, and governance and power?
No, absolutely, and I think Kathy rightly called that out, that there is somewhat of a, there is tension right now between the concepts of decentralization and what is actually occurring. Also, most transactions are occurring through centralized exchanges for the snapshot today. I think there is a world where things move towards, it looks a little bit different in the future, and so I think that's what the framing might be. But with respect to human rights issues, particularly with authoritarian regimes, I mean, I think we need to be very conscious about engaging particularly the financial use cases of sending money into authoritarian regimes. These are transactions that are on publicly available blockchains that anyone with a computer and internet connection can access, good, bad, or ugly. And so malign actors seek to use that just as those in the human rights community, those for financial inclusion, also to use it. And we're seeing some things take root. So for instance, Afghanistan, there are pilot projects underway to use stablecoins to provide better access to financial services for humanitarian assistance and some development aid, while still not falling afoul of sanctions against the Taliban under EU, US, and other laws. We've seen a use case of funds going into Venezuela against the Maduro regime to support the Guaidó regime for frontline healthcare workers. But these are nascent. These are, again, very early use cases. And to Kathy's point, much of this is in a permission, in a controlled setting that doesn't have the features of decentralization that some proponents may suggest for it. And again, so I think this gets to how do we enable it in a more financially inclusive way? How do we take the best of current market activities and then add other features that promote broader social goals?
You know, to that, it will be really important, and especially for groups that work on the rights space, to also remember that there's the indivisibility of rights, so that we also afford a nuanced way when we calibrate this question of rights. And this tension always comes up a lot. And when it gets too uncomfortable, then we fall into the dichotomy of authoritarian and democratic, which is about economic rights. Because the tension will inevitably come up where, for some places, access to certain technologies does get them out of a dependency. And a good example here of a tension that's playing out with Web3 as a moniker is in the Central African Republic. I don't know how many of you know that it's the second country in the world to try and adopt Bitcoin as legal currency. Now, whatever motivations behind the tech adoption of it versus the political motivations are very important to analyze together. So that when we talk about rights in that context, it's also about the right that the people of CAR, whether it's their government representing them as a legitimate partner or not, to dissociate themselves from a system that actually does undermine their economic well-being. So that kind of complication is so important about how we will be talking about rights. We already have been behind in how we analyze the rights question as far as what we want to call Web 2 or prevailing technologies go. But that indivisibility will be very important, especially when you're thinking about rest of world, because different countries will be like, well, what about our economic rights, versus political? And it's pointless to have rights sort of danced around as a trade-off. So bringing that entire complexity of these kinds of rights that many people need to realize in real time will be very important.
So you mentioned rights tied to economic stability and financial opportunity. So much of the emphasis of Web3 is financial, right? So does that leave any room for a translation of Web3 into democracy and power? Do you see any way that could translate? Kathy, would you like to take that?
I'm sorry, I keep forgetting to hit unmute. Sorry, could you repeat the question? I missed the last bit.
Sure. So, as you were all saying, so much of the emphasis of Web3 is financial. And, Njira was talking about rights as a trade-off for that reason, potentially. So is there a room for translation of Web3 into democracy and power and governance when so much of the focus is finance and economics?
Yeah, absolutely. So I think one of the fundamental issues, one of the fundamental problems with the cryptocurrency space and decentralization space for me at the moment is the fact that everyone is focusing on, they focus on the price, which to me is a very bizarre thing to focus on. The least interesting thing is the dollar price of Bitcoin or Ethereum or any of these technologies. What is actually genuinely interesting is the way that they are attempting to challenge the power structures. One of the key things that I think is very important around the Web3 space is the fact that this technology needs to be designed, discussed, and communicated with everybody. We're at a point in time where technology is not just sitting within the boundaries of a corporate environment. It's moved beyond the boundaries of the firm, and it's now in our society and our economy in a very broad and deep way. That means this technology belongs to everybody. It belongs to everybody to help define what its future is. So, often I will talk to people who feel that they don't know anything about Web 3.0 and therefore don't have the right to make any kind of requirements or place requirements on this technology. But quite frankly, everybody should be placing requirements on this technology, from teachers to politicians to lawmakers to people who drive buses. This is a technology for everybody to help define.
That is so true, because all too often, even in how we talk about or write about technologies, we have this unintended effect of intimidating the very people who should seed values or challenge the assumptions. And even just taking it from a sort of like dichotomy of transatlantic and rest of world, there's a whole imposition dynamic where we have to wait till the citizens of the US and Europe imposed upon the companies and the governments to do this thing. The rest of us are like, since we're not being heard in your corner of the world, it does play to what Kathy is saying. And this is so to your question about how the dance between the technology, democracy, and power go. I think we're seeing it little by little, but then it ends up becoming a trade-off. When Kenyans and Nigerians, for example, list global indices as users of peer-to-peer crypto, they're trying to get back power from the banks because the cost it placed on even revolutionary technologies like M-Pesa in my country, Kenya, becomes so priced, and people are like, you know what, forget that, I will risk it in the crypto market to make sure that the dollar amount of whatever I'm trying to send gets to the other side, says that the structure, the power that a few other people have gotten despite the revolution that was brought by the technology is being calibrated. So going forward, really analyzing beyond talking about the tech will be very important, because following the people and, in a sense, following the money will get us to understand the shifting dynamics between the values we all want to see in the world.
Yeah, and I think that's been a beachhead. I mean, I have a bias coming from the financial regulatory space, but I'm actually very, very bullish on where the technologies go that are completely and wholly unrelated to financial services. I think this has been a way to incentivize market participation. There's been a tremendous amount of investment activity and interest. But getting back to some first principles, I mean, we say crypto shorthand, but it comes from cryptography. And I think we are seeing really game-changing investment and engagement from both investors and technologists in improving cybersecurity and improving cryptography to preserve personal information, whether that be financial or otherwise. And that's been the most interesting shift to me, seeing some of the brightest minds from government, from technology, from finance, from other spaces move into Web3, this very, again, amorphous space, but as a signal to really invest in new and emerging technologies for social goals. I think people are looking for purpose. And we have an anonymous individual or group of individuals, Satoshi Nakamoto, who founded Bitcoin in the thralls of the financial crisis. But I think there was this effort to push towards greater privacy preserving and greater security and disintermediation in how financial transactions occur. But I'm happy to make a bet, happy to be wrong, but hopefully I'm right. In 10 or 20 years, the use cases of these new and emerging technologies will be much farther beyond these initial financial case studies we have.
So one last question. Oh, yes, Kathy, please go.
I was just going to say, I would absolutely love to know what Satoshi Nakamoto's perspective is on what has happened in the crypto markets.
So, yes. That was my last. Yeah,
Satoshi, are you in the room?
Yeah. So that was my last question. That's my last question, actually, before we answer some questions from the audience, which is, so in recent weeks, we've seen a significant shift and a lot of chaos. Web3, cryptocurrency, even stablecoin, which was meant to sort of offset some of the instability of crypto. So it's sort of faltering, right? Crypto's faltering, NFTs have imploded. So are we at, I know you just gave me some solutions, but is this bubble bursting? Forecast something for us.
Oh, I love it right now. I feel for those who got in the market late and people have lost a lot of money, and I want to be sympathetic and somewhat empathetic to that. But I think this is where the most creativity comes in. I think this is where the most dedicated creators are investing and putting their time and staying through not just the froth and the heady days. And I'm really, really excited for what comes out of this cycle of it and this down cycle.
I guess it's refreshing that the hype crashed faster than with Web 2. We waited a bit too long and we rode the wave. So yeah, where we come from here gets more interesting. I agree with Alex on that.
And as a researcher, can I just say now doing my research is a lot cheaper?
So with that, I think we have a few questions. First one, the conversation on Web3 appears reminiscent of techno-democratic optimism that accompanied the emergence of Web 1, Web 2. You've all touched on this. Do you think that the aspect of decentralization and user empowerment are far-fetched and we should instead proactively regulate the space preventatively?
Well, I don't know about regulating preventively and what that would look, because that sounds deeply political, right? But I think it's an opportunity to also make sure we reverse this narrative that regulation is always behind innovation. I think the regulatory space also has to adapt at a faster speed than the innovation, because we need the guardrails, we need that balance. And I think Web 1.0, Web 2.0 have shown us this notion of just innovate first and apologize later, the move fast, break things, is breaking things big time. So I would say it's an opportunity to see whether the regulators should be retiring a lot more people and getting fresh perspectives, right? Would be great. Into the space, because we do need people who are thinking about how we prevent what's happening now from being the norm or being a constant disruption. That's how I would think about regulation.
Yeah, I think there have been a lot of lessons learned from Web 2, so the creation of larger tech companies and the kind of lack of regulation, arguably, at the outset. I think there is a much more reduced window now, and I think regulators and legislators, as well as civil society, is much more proactive now. There is a regulatory framework in place for a lot of crypto today. There's, I think, surprisingly, again, a bipartisan consensus from the Trump administration to the Biden administration in a lot of ways from a US side about the need for responsible innovation. That has been the buzzword or buzz phrase essentially since the Obama administration. And so we have this continuity, and we're seeing potential bipartisan legislation hit just this week from Senators Loomis and Senators Gillibrand on ways to be more proactive. Government still needs to stay on its game. It is a lagging indicator as new and emerging technologies come to the fore. But I think there have been a lot of lessons from big tech that are being integrated right now, and we also saw that in the Biden administration's executive order.
There's also some really, really interesting examples. There's a new regulator interaction going on in the United Kingdom, which is looking at, bringing Ofgem together with the FCA, together with the ICO, which are, the different types of regulators for the different parts of the digital world, and they're pulling them together in a new way to try and understand the overlaps between the types of regulation. I think the other thing is we are rapidly moving into an area of technology being so complex and so difficult. It's actually almost very difficult for a human person, a human to fully comprehend all of the implications. What I would love to see is, if we're seeing all of this technology rolled out by corporations, I think we need our governments to be as tech savvy and also as well funded from a technical perspective, because what you would need are, regulators who are using technology to flag to themselves, oh, there's a problem emerging over here. That's a new type of a regulatory approach where they're watching what's emerging on the market, but getting that from a data-driven perspective rather than from, a human perspective. So I think there's a double-edged sword here. The more technology that's out in the market, the more technology the regulator is going to need. And it also requires a new type, as Nanjira and Alex were mentioning, a new type of person in that regulatory environment.
So that leads me to the final question, which is, we're at a crossroads right now. It's very hard to see the future. So what is the best case scenario from each one of you, and what is the worst case scenario? How could this potentially implode, and how so?
I'm going to take that first.
Sure. I mean, I think kind of consistent with some of how the biggest optimists think about this, this is a new layer of the internet. This spawns a new generation of technological innovation that helps a lot of people either for financial inclusion, increasing access to technology, improving democratic participation. I mean, I think there's a maximalist case there. The downside is I think some of the technology is inherently neutral, so I think there is a lot of overlay here about how it's used and potentially on the downside exploited, where this leads to greater social harms, greater social ills, and is an accelerant rather than another force to kind of exacerbate existing social economic inequalities and tensions.
I would speak of an interesting case scenario as the most positive, least negative outcome, just because, again, all the interests, including geopolitical ones, that are playing out. The demand that Web3 is taking on technologies means it's playing into the demand for the raw minerals and the extractive industries involved and climate and energy. All those are being roped into what this happens. Best case scenario, everybody figures it out and we kumbaya and move along. But really, the resources, if one person starts saying we want to keep this for ourselves versus the other, all those interesting tensions will continue to play out. So brace yourselves, I suppose.
Where you to ask for more information, I think we're already seeing it play out. Have you I think we are in some kind of worst case scenarios in terms of climate and the effect.
And just even in democracy, I mean, some dependencies that have been created on certain technologies, and I'll speak on this in terms of development, some parts of the world being told you need this technology to get X or Y done, has already put people in such a fraught space that the solution has become more technology to get you out of the bad technology. And so that leads us into this place where, and I'd very concretely put in the example of the Kenyan election that's about to happen, where we've been procuring technology, election tech, to foolproof the election. And now we're in the cycle of procuring more tech with every election cycle, making the elections more and more expensive while they become more and more illegitimate. So if somebody then now presents Web3 oriented, we were just talking about VoteCoin, right? You can cook up this thing where there's a blockchain that will, be immutable and all that. Those dependencies will continue to be created, but the burden is being borne by those who should not be taking on a hype cycle, those who should be doing the incremental stuff. That for me is the biggest risk, and we'll continue to see a lot more of that. And then if you do not toe a line, if you do not vote a certain way at the UN, lights out. Right? That's a real scenario we could be looking into. So interesting case scenario at best. With a smile.
So I guess I will I'll start with the negative scenario from my perspective. You know, the worst case scenario for me is this all gets co-opted. You know, much like Nigeria's, by corporations, and then you end up with it's a form of corporations becoming a de facto government if you are not properly controlling for some of these activities. Where, you know, digital technologies move beyond the boundaries of the firm, they start having really big sort of effects across lots of different parts of society. The utopian vision that I hope, you know, and I continue to work for, increasingly worried that it might not happen, but that, you know, for me, Bitcoin and all of these kind of things, they're actually the world's greatest thought experiment that we have in our generation. It's a fantastic thought experiment about one thing: what is money and what is power? And what does it actually mean? What do we need money to be for us, and what do we need these digital technology power relationships to do for us? So the utopian vision would be that we actually collectively as humanity manage to have a decent discussion around some of those things and implement some of the ideas within that technology.
Any answers?
No, I was just going to say, Kathy would know that we've tried to be in a room in those conversations, and those have not gone well. No, it will be also another experiment in global governance too, I think, because we're all being affected by these technologies in disproportionate ways. However, all too often, when minds, and we're seeing this even in this time we're living in, people who come together to say they want to think about the future of tech always assume it's about those who should be in the room are those who create the tech, and often not those who also use, you know, prosumers, as I call them, the mix of consumers, who then appropriate in creative ways and therefore have a say. So it's also really an interesting experiment in how you make truly global governance, not just of technologies, but of a digital age.
With that is a really interesting point to end on, and I have so many questions for you later. But now I wanted to thank all three of you for engaging in this conversation, and thanks to all of you for listening in.
Thank you, guys. That was fascinating. So we could just do 3 more hours of this. You're up for that, right?
Yeah, I think so.
We'll do it in the metaverse as avatars.
Let's do it.
I have an NFT, I think, or something. Is that how that works?
Sure.
Sure. We're going to have one more break before we have one more panel and the end of day 1. So I'm going to let you guys go. Let's see, it's 4:25, so 4:35. Come back here for the last panel on augmented harms and augmented realities. Take a look at that whiteboard. Give us we need some more juice, something meatier, more controversial. Try to shock me, please, in the next 10 minutes. Thank you so much. We'll see you back very soon.
All right, everybody. Welcome back to the final stretch of day one at 360. Welcome back from hopefully getting caffeinated, hydrated once more. If you're on the DFRLab team, you hear me say that every single day. For the final lightning talk of 360 OS, it is my pleasure to have one of the industry leaders in understanding the scale and scope of online harms and realistically what can be done to counteract them. I'd like to welcome back to 360 OS a close friend and colleague who I had the pleasure of working with at the White House. My friend, please welcome Nathaniel Gleischer, the head of security policy at Meta.
Thank you very much, sir. All right. Thank you all very much for coming and for tearing yourself away from the coffee break. I appreciate it. I will do my best to make it worth it. My team at Meta coordinates our work across the company to track and counter adversarial threat actors. Any determined threat actor that is looking to manipulate public debate, target users, or cause harm across the internet. We track a wide range of threats. 5 that I think are particularly relevant for this group are on the screen here. Broadly, you'll see that there are a couple that are about influence, about manipulating public discussion, espionage, which is about hacking, compromising the accounts of target users or surveillance, scams and clickbait, as I think we all know, some of the most adversarial actors we face are in fact scammers, and emerging harms, coordinated networks that are working together to drive other types of significant harm across our platforms and across the internet, which could include brigading or coordinated harassment. You'll note when you look at these that they span both what you would generally consider to be trust and safety threats and cybersecurity threats. The teams are actually structured to think about these together because while they're often discussed as 2 distinct types of challenges, the truth is they have one very important factor in common, which is they're both adversarial. There are behind them determined threat actors that are going to systemically be looking not just to stay ahead of defenders, but to exploit what defenders do, right? Simple example at a platform, you see that a lot of users are losing access to their accounts. You build a flow to make it so users can regain access to their accounts. And as everyone here knows immediately, the first thing that happens is adversaries try to exploit that flow to take over the same accounts you are trying to protect. You have this fundamental cycle. Anytime we're talking about an adversarial space, I'm sure everyone in this room has heard 1,000,000 times the most common phrase used, which is the attacker has the advantage online. This is said over and over again and is sort of an anchoring concept for a lot of our discussion, and I suspect a lot of discussion that everyone here has. When we talk about the advantage that an attacker has online, often this is used to sort of frame why we're so far behind, why it's so hard to tackle online threats, why the attacker is so effective and aggressive. And basically what we're talking about there is surprise and speed, right? Attackers get to move first, which means defenders are on their back foot. In the same way that when you play a game of chess, the player with the white pieces gets to move first, the player with the black pieces has to wait and react, so you're always reacting. This is one of these very common narratives, and it's used to frame a very dark world. I want to talk not about that, but the other side of the coin, which is the defender advantage, which I think we radically undersell. And we miss the fact that while attackers have advantages online, defenders have advantages too. And if you explore what that means, you'll find actually that the defender advantage, I would argue, it's not just that we can counter threat actors, but when it's done right, it is substantially stronger than surprise and speed. I want to explain why a little bit here. Obviously, this is a brief talk, so all I'm really trying to do is start the conversation. Would love to talk further about this afterwards if people have any questions or thoughts. The first thing I will say, though, is when you talk about countering adversarial threats, no single institution can counter these alone. You have to have a whole of society response. And in particular, you have 4 communities that are really critical to this effort. Industry, the tech platforms, governments, the media, and civil society. The reason these 4 communities matter so much is that each of them bring different tools to the field and can help exploit defender advantage in different ways. This conference is particularly valuable, I think, because it brings all 4 of the communities together. When we talk about defender advantage, here's what I mean. Attackers have a one-off advantage. They can exploit surprise to use a novel technique, and they can do it fast. Defenders have network advantages. And what I mean by that is, over time, we can build in responses to multiple operations and across society, not just to counter one threat actor, but to counter every threat actor that comes after them and tries to use a similar technique. You remember that analogy about chess. The player with the white pieces gets to go first every time. But you don't become a great chess player in one game. You become a great chess player in thousands of games, where you learn more and more about how to control the board and how to tackle the player you're playing against. And when we focus on the attacker advantage, we're focusing on individual operations, as opposed to the broader arc of countering these threats. From a defender perspective, we can build defenses over time that make things harder and harder for the adversary. And over time, that network advantage of a defender is better. It is greater than the one-off advantage that attackers have. One example of this that I think cuts across a bunch of different fields that we've seen a lot of discussion of lately is this idea of public disclosure as deterrence. Right? There's been a lot of discussion of the use of this technique in the lead up to and since the invasion of Ukraine by a range of European governments and the United States. This is a very effective tool. It's not a one-off advantage. It actually builds over time. And I want to use this example to start the conversation, right? First of all, public disclosure as deterrence, it's not about stopping bad actors from doing what they're going to do. It's about degrading their capabilities to make them less effective when they do it. So if you expect that someone is going to run an influence operation, if you know what the narrative they're going to land is, and you publicize that and the fact that that operation is coming if you do it right, you make that operation less effective when they try to do it. If you know that a threat actor is targeting a particular community, maybe with a phishing attack, or for exploit with a particular exploit, and you warn that community and get them to take steps to protect themselves, you make that operation less effective. And the interesting thing about this is you don't just make that operation less effective. You make every other future operation that tries to use the same technique less effective too. The third thing that public disclosure as deterrence does is it empowers defenders. The more information we can share systemically and thoughtfully, the more defender teams you can build up around the world that can tackle these threats. One of the biggest differences between countering influence operations in 2016 and today is that today there are determined expert teams across all 4 of those communities: industry, government, civil society, and the media, working to tackle these threats. And they're doing it together. That is a very big change. And one of the reasons for that is the systemic disclosure we've seen from government teams, from civil society teams that have sought out these campaigns and exposed it, from industry teams like at Meta, like at Twitter, and like at Google. Not just sharing high-level descriptions, but tactical analysis, TTPs, things that make defenders more and more effective. Each time you do this, you are empowering the entire society that is defending this, and it makes all future operations less effective, and it makes defenders more effective. This is a really good example of exploiting the defender advantage. One of the ways we do this, the main way we do this, is with our threat reports. We've been reporting on operations we take down for about 4 years now. We've done nearly 200 public reports of different operations. We now do these quarterly. If you haven't seen them, the last one came out in April. The next one's coming out next month. I would encourage you to take a look. The idea is to build this systemic reporting over time, share information about the operations we're seeing, empower defenders, and impose cost on bad actors. And that's the last point I'll mention about this, which is you can deter bad actors by doing this if you do this right. You just have to understand who the threat actors are and what deterrence means. For example, we've seen a rise in surveillance for hire and disinfo for hire operations over the last couple of years. These are generally legitimate businesses that have an illegitimate side business selling to far less responsible actors trying to make money. If someone has a legitimate and an illegitimate business, and you disclose their illegitimate business, you hold their legitimate business at risk. That can be a very effective deterrent. If a government holds itself out as a legitimate player, but also engages in deceptive techniques, and you expose that, you can make it harder for them to continue to play on the global field. That's a deterrent. And for some threat actors, the way you deter them is just by making them look foolish. Russia is a really good topic of conversation here. They're not concerned about getting called out, but they are concerned about looking ineffective. And when their operations get identified and get disclosed for multiple years, earlier and earlier, reaching fewer and fewer audiences, they don't look that powerful. That is a deterrent too. So let me talk about ways you can see this type of defender advantage across the society that I mentioned. For platforms, public disclosures, I think, is an important component of this, and it's obviously a piece we focus on. The other piece to call out here is where I say adversarial design. In a very real way, one of the biggest advantages we have as defenders is that increasingly these threats play out across the terrain of the internet, the social media platforms, the different connected platforms that we have built. And we as defenders, platforms and industry, can change that terrain to make it more resilient to bad actors and easier for defenders over time, right? Again, if we imagine that chess analogy, imagine you play against another player and you see them use the same opening over and over again. So in the next game, you change the board and you put a river across the section they usually advance through. That's something that actually defenders can do and the platforms can do. My favorite example of this, which goes back in time a little bit but I think is relevant, we obviously all saw threat actors use advertising to try to influence public debate ahead of the 2016 elections. In response to that, we built a whole series of controls around advertising to make it harder to exploit. In particular, we required that if you want to run political ads in a country, you have to prove that you're from the country you're targeting. We saw a range of threat actors try to defeat these controls. In my favorite example, we saw a threat actor try to hire a criminal organization to run ads for them in hopes that that would beat the controls we have in place. They hired a spamming organization from Nigeria, and the organization took their money and never ran the ads. You'd think they would have seen that coming. This is the type of control you can impose on these actors. They spend all their time trying to defeat the defenses rather than running the operation. And so I think that this idea of changing the terrain is really important, and it's one of the most powerful things that platforms bring to the playing field. Governments have an extremely important role here as well, and regulation is especially critical, because regulation is just as much a part of the terrain of conflict as the platforms themselves. One really good example of this, more domestic actors engaged in influence, and we see actors trying to look 90% authentic, 99% authentic. What is the line they can push? In a domestic context, in a context with actors doing this, one of the most important constraints is clear regulation that signals what is legitimate public debate and what is manipulation. Wherever there is grayness, they will exploit this, and you can eliminate some of that with careful regulation. Another really good example, you can deter bad actors. Again, if we think about those surveillance for hire companies, right? If you impose your customer requirements, if you impose requirements on responsible sale and development of these tools, you make life harder for them. Not just one threat actor, but the entire type of threat actor. And in doing this, I think it's particularly important that democracies lead. And the reason for that is we don't want autocracies defining what constitutes legitimate public debate and engagement on the internet. They're very happy to do that, and we're already seeing autocracies around the world try to do that. So I think it's particularly important that democracies lead in this space. Third, civil society. The particularly well-represented community here brings a number of different skills to bear that government and industry don't have. One of the most important is the ability to run cross-platform investigations. We've seen influence operations that touch 300 platforms online. Largely, these do not just target one anymore. And to bring specific regional and topical expertise and context that larger players might not have at the start. Another really key component is legitimacy. I know this may surprise some people, but industry and government are not always the most trusted communities at the moment. Civil society brings a different perspective and a different reservoir of trust. And that's incredibly important in exposing campaigns where we know threat actors are trying to play on that distrust. And so civil society has a really important role to play there. Media is also an incredibly important player. There's some overlap with things that civil society can do, but a couple of the key things to add here are the ability to speak to the victims of these campaigns and make them human. We saw earlier the panel speaking with journalists and people who'd been targeted by NSO Group and this surveillance for hire. It changes the entire conversation and it can galvanize response, which is incredibly powerful. This is balanced with a tricky requirement, which is how do you report on and disclose operations like these without falling into the hyperbole trap, where you end up amplifying them and doing the threat actors' work for them. But there's a balance to strike there, and when you strike it, what you can do is not just expose a particular operation, but you can build awareness around an entire type of threat, and then galvanize more response by governments, by platforms, and by others. So there's a feedback loop between all four of these communities. So we pull all this together, and I started with this idea of the attacker advantage, right, which everyone has heard a million times. The key thing to be aware of is this is a very fast advantage. You can exploit it quickly. You don't have to coordinate with anyone. You come up with a new idea, and you run it as quickly as you can. But it's one-off. It scales linearly. You come up with an idea and you exploit it, you get this much run out of it. You have to come up with another idea, and then you keep trying to do that. The defender advantage, on the other hand, is harder. It requires more partnership and trust. You have to have that whole of society collaboration to make it work. But when you do it, you get both specific and systemic deterrence. You deter a specific threat actor, but you also build in controls to make it so that every threat actor that comes after them has to work harder for less gain, and that every defender can work a little bit easier and be more impactful. And so what I would argue when we look and sort of take a step back is that this dwelling on the attacker advantage has blinded us a bit to the powers that we all have. They're very different, but when you play the field right and we work together, they're far more effective than what defenders can bring to bear. And if we look in the influence operations space, we can see some of this. Because today, influence operations are caught faster, they reach fewer people than in 2016, significantly. We see threat actors continuing to try, and they will always try, but we also see them working hard for less gain. That is what the defender advantage looks like. Now, as I was saying, this is just a sort of brief teaser to start the conversation. I'm trying to frame out how there's this other side to the coin, and now I think we have opportunities that we don't always realize and aren't as fully explored. I'd love to talk more about it. If people have any questions, please come up to me, other members of the team, or anyone else, and would love to discuss further. Thank you all so much. That's all I got.
It is my pleasure to welcome my close colleague, Esteban Ponce de Leon, Research Associate of the DFRLab, based in Colombia, to welcome our last panel of today. Esteban?
Microphone.
You have it right. Well, that's a good question. We actually do need a microphone. Huh. Thank you. Here you go.
Thanks, Graham. Sorry about that. Hi, everyone. My name is Esteban Ponce de Leon. I hope you are having a great time here at 360. I am happy to introduce the next panel, that is augmented harms in augmented reality. Basically, the panel will present the potential and current threats that are related to security, privacy, and of course, concerning disinformation. But there is also one important topic around this issue, right? About this technology, AR. And this is because it is a growing technology. Right now, some numbers here is that in 2015, there were around 200 million mobile augmented reality user devices worldwide. And it is expected that in 2024, there will be nearly 2 billion augmented user devices worldwide. So around our applications that have been installed, it is that, for instance, in 2018, there were like 900 million installations. Right now, in this year is expected to receive around 50 billion installations. So these remarks or highlights the importance of this topic, right? So I want to invite to the stage Britt and Heller and the panelists for this great panel. So I hope you enjoy it.
The panel. So, welcome to the last panel of the day. I stand between you and beer, chocolate, and waffles. Oh. And so we're going to have a good time. We're going to talk about this. We're going to get excited. And then we're going to go talk about it afterwards together. My name is Britt Heller. I am a fellow at the Digital Forensics Research Lab, focusing on AR, VR, and technology. Yes, and I guess in my day job, I'm the lawyer of the Black Mirror. I have brought some panelists with me here today, one of them virtually, when we can get her up here. And I'm going to ask the panelists to introduce themselves so that this is more conversational. So Kat, why don't you go first?
I'm Kat Lowe. I'm a content moderation lead at Medan, and I work with fact checkers, human rights defenders, journalists, and targets of harassment and hate to think about what the product implications of content moderation decisions are, and how to translate policy decisions into designing a product that would actually protect people, because that often doesn't happen despite our best attempts.
Oh, hi everyone, my name is Daniel Castano. I'm from Colombia. I'm a law professor at Universidad External de Colombia. And I'm also a consultant working for big tech and emerging technologies, privacy policy, and digital ethics.
And Kim, why don't you go now?
Hello, can you hear me okay?
Yeah.
Excellent. Hello from Vancouver, Canada. Thanks for having me from all the way over here. As mentioned, my name is Kimberly Voll. I co-founded and today co-run the Fair Play Alliance, which is a cross-industry initiative of over 250 gaming companies around the world. We focus on using game development to encourage healthier behavior, reduce disruptive or harmful behavior online, in games and in online spaces more broadly. By day, I'm also the studio head at Brace Yourself Games here in Vancouver, Canada. And my kind of background is a mix of, I'm a researcher, designer, developer, and a longtime game maker. I focus a lot on digital social dynamics, what it means to thrive in digital spaces. And on the formal side, I have a PhD in computer science, specializing in AI, as well as an honors degree in cognitive science. I'm very happy to be here.
Thank you. So I'm going to give you a trigger warning, where when you talk about content moderation and online harms, sometimes it can involve very sensitive issues. So if you feel like you are upset, please feel free to go get some water, please feel free to step out, and please feel free to talk to us afterwards about it. So with that, we're going to dive right in. My first question for the panelists is, what is the metaverse? There's many definitions going around. What is the metaverse? What are the major differences between AR and VR technology? And what does the hardware scape look like? So Kim, do you want to start?
Sure, yeah. I mean, for me, I think it's important to talk from the perspective of what I think about as metaversal technology. I think there's a lot of oversimplification of things like saying the metaverse is VR or vice versa. But I think zooming back, there's really sort of three key pieces to what we're seeing in terms of metaversal tech and our move toward this concept of the metaverse. The first is interactivity. So I think we're seeing a dramatic increase in the fidelity of the ways in which we can interact with each other in digital spaces. So notably, this is obviously where VR plays plays a very important role. But I think it is not exclusive to VR. I think we're going to see a lot of broadening of technologies and ways in which we interact. It's just that right now, this sort of frontier of fidelity sits with the modern VR technology. I think the second one is economic. So obviously we talk a lot about NFTs and those sorts of technologies kind of pushing the boundaries of economies. And regardless where you fall on that scale, I don't want to derail us going down that road, but I think what we're seeing is a shift in how we think about the economics in online spaces and a more fully formed concept of digital ownership or lack thereof, depending upon how we want to take it. And then the third one is just scale. So we're talking platform scalability, taking us from, say, 10,000 concurrent users to, hundreds of millions, or even by some conceptions, infinite-sized communities. So I think this really has shifted. We're no longer broken up into small communities, but we have the potential to interact at huge scales that we just haven't really seen before.
So how many people here have used virtual reality? We have a smattering. How many people have used augmented reality? How many people have used snap lenses on your phone? How many people have used Instagram filters? How many people have used QR codes? So everyone who put their hand up at least once has used immersive technology or metaversal technology or digital worlds, AR and VR. The age of this immersive technology is here. It's just, many people don't realize it yet. So Daniel, do you want to talk a little bit about the hardware scape, what the hardware looks like now?
Sure. Well, that's a big difference that we need to make when we talk about the metaverse and immersive technology. So we have basically two different technologies that can be combined. We have augmented reality, we have virtual reality, and we have mixed reality. Basically, like a very broad definition will be a combination between hardware and software whose synergy is able to produce immersive ecosystems. And when we have such a broad definition, we might lie in the intersection with other two different concepts that come from the 90s. So that's something very interesting, Britain. The metaverse has been around for over 30 years. Mm-hmm. The thing is that the gateways are unequally distributed. And that's what's happening right now. But we have other two concepts. The first one is the cyberspace. And that takes us to the famous discussion, Larry Lessig, that gave rise to the law of the horse. So how different is really the cyberspace from what's happening right now? And now we have a more recent concept coined by Luciano Floridi from Oxford, which is the infosphere. So basically, we're living in an infosphere where our reality is augmented by different technologies. So every time we use ways to go from a point A to a point B, can we say that we're navigating through the metaverse? And I want to end up with the question.
When I think about the metaverse, I actually think about this. The metaverse is a pervasive social computing-based platform designed to replace the functionality of your cell phone. It will be constantly on. You will not be able to turn it off. And so if you think about the type of interfaces that are coming out, they're similar to Apple Watches or smart glasses with the capability to have you take pictures without hands, to use your voice to control calls, to post things to social media with just a touch. This is what the metaverse is going to be. It's going to be the next generation of hardware that we use to access online spaces. And so, Kat, what do you think the major differences between AR and VR are?
I don't know, that's a good question. I think for me, VR, at least how people conceptualize it, is very distinct from what you see as like your embodiment in real life. There's a separate sense of embodiment in VR. And AR, I think AR to many people is how you feel embodied in the real world and how you use technology as like a lens to see like the real world. I don't think that's necessarily what they are differently, but I think in conversations that people have, there is this very clear distinction for some that I guess will be kind of combined with a lot of new products coming out. I guess, like Project Cambria and things like that. And so I guess it'll be interesting to see when they become a lot more matched together. But yeah, I think what's interesting here is the distinctions between how people are talking about the metaverse, say on Twitter or something, and how we're conceiving of it as this very all-encompassing experience where, yeah, AR and VR aren't necessarily distinct concepts.
For me, the most interesting thing about the metaverse is that the hardware is not set yet. And so what this means is that you can access augmented reality, which I define as a digital overlay onto present space, which is why I said a QR code is augmented reality. You know, an Instagram filter is augmented reality. The type of functions you use during the pandemic to try on clothes, and then you get it and think, oh, that doesn't look quite right, does it? But it lets you try it on virtually. That's augmented reality. Virtual reality is more what you access through an all-encompassing headset at this point. And that's characterized by things researchers call immersion and presence, which means you feel like you are really there. If you haven't tried this, I put my 101-year-old grandmother in my headset over Thanksgiving. And I asked her, what happened? And she said, it's incredible. I was at the bottom of the ocean, and a blue whale came by, and we made eye contact, and there were these swarms of turtles and fish. It was one of the most amazing things of my life. And I said, Grandma, that's fascinating, because what happened was I put a helmet on you, and you listened to a soundtrack coming out of the straps, and you watched images go before your eyes. That's what happened. But the way she described it was the content, like she was really there. So immersion is created by all of these elements that make it feel like your real, actual reality. Mixed reality is going to be when you can blink between the two. And so I think that they're converging to that point, but we're not quite there yet. The reason I bring this up is because it's going to have very substantial distinctions when we get to questions like online harms and safety risks and challenges. Something that's an overlay on your real world will have very different threat vectors than something that you are in comprehensively, if that makes any sense. So if you haven't tried virtual reality and augmented reality, I highly recommend trying it. It's you don't really understand the persuasiveness and magic of this stuff until you do it. One of the first things that I did was flying through a redwood forest and being able to look at it above and through and going down to the roots and seeing it from all those perspectives. And then I jumped off a building. And I have to tell you, that felt really real. So let's now move from setting the scene to talking about the problems. Kat, what are some of the safety risks and challenges that you see emerging from users in VR?
I think talking about the distinction between AR and VR has reminded me of a major risk that I think a lot of people discount. So earlier I tweeted about going into VR chat, which is a social VR world.
Don't start there.
Yeah, don't go there. Don't go there first. Play the fun music games; those are great. But I went into VR chat, which is known for being like very customizable, very open world. And within the first minute or so, the first thing I saw were people running around and chanting the N-word. And the second thing, about 10 minutes later, were a bunch of people swarming a girl. And I clicked on her profile, and she said she was 15. And that tweet, for some reason, went viral, and the responses kind of were twofold. It was a bunch of people saying, that happened to me too, this is why I don't go in that space anymore, I don't feel safe. And then a bunch of people saying, well, just take the headset off, why don't you just take it off? And I think a lot of people don't really recognize VR as being such a real embodied experience. And as a result, they don't take it seriously the same way. I think see, so it's like the difference between being in a park, like are people yelling a bunch of slurs at you versus being in VR or being on social media. People seem to often treat the VR space as being on social media more often, where they're just sort of yelling at you and they say, well, just log off. Now it's just take the VR headset off. And I think that kind of is a blanket concept for a lot of these issues where you have things like grooming of children, where now with the Quest 2, which is a headset that is much cheaper, now that it's come out, parents are buying these for their kids, like in the thousands. And you have a bunch of kids hopping on VR chat, which is, and many other platforms that are technically 18 plus, but kids can go anywhere. Like, kids will find a way to get on any platform. And there's just no regulations around it. You see people groping women in these spaces. And yeah, the problem is that people have bodies in these spaces, but they don't have autonomy. Like, they can't push back necessarily. I mean, some platforms have now instituted like boundaries, like by default, that make it so that people can't get into your space. Although simultaneously, some of the social norms in VR is asking people to take that boundary off so that you can proper socialize. So there are just a lot of challenges. I'm trying not to enumerate too many.
Yeah, in VR chat, your avatar can be anything. Mine is a flying toaster for a Windows 95 callback, but
nice.
You can be anything, and let your mind go. That's where people go.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. And unfortunately, people use it also for extremist imagery, or even less extremist, but things that are a bit more innocuous. And unfortunately, since things aren't like in text form, it's very hard to detect it. To have a paper trail to even prove it. So people don't even seem to report things that often on these platforms, but if they do report things, what kind of evidence do you provide? And a lot of platforms have a lot of answers to it, and none of them are terribly effective necessarily. But yeah, so you have I guess the whole gambit.
Kim, can you explain for us some of the risks that are endemic to AR as opposed to VR?
Yeah, I mean, +1 to everything Kat just said in terms of those difficulties and the huge range of challenges that we see in these spaces. And VR is interesting because it brings that huge amount of fidelity to the experience. And so it mimics a lot of our human-to-human interactions in ways that we don't have the social infrastructure or social protocols or all of the fixins, if you will, that we have in meat space. We don't have those in these high-fidelity experiences. And yet the fidelity prompts us to behave in a way as if we do. And so that's one of the big fundamental, I think, breakdowns in VR. When you take a look at AR, though, these are not as high fidelity experiences in the sense that what we are trying to do is take something that is artificial or digital and supplant it on our otherwise offline reality and mix those two things together. And that gives rise to, I think, a bunch of different interesting other problems. So, some I think overlap, but they take different forms. So in AR, thinking about things like privacy and profiling, because we're mixing our realities in ways that point to us in very specific senses, so people can get more information about us, for example. And on the flip side, we can actually present ourselves in ways where, I might have an advantage over you because I have more information about you. I just happen to be wearing something that is feeding me some level of information that you don't necessarily know about. So it can create these power imbalances in strange and interesting ways that I think we're just not used to thinking about that in our day-to-day lives. And then I think like all of the other things from VR, even though the fidelity of the experience is different in nature, I think those come over as well. So, you see the harassment, you see the abuse, you see potential for predatory conduct, grooming, extremism, those more extreme things. And then you also see the wide range of just, if you will, social foibles. I think at the heart of a lot of this is the ambiguity that exists between figuring out people's intent, the intersection of cultures or subcultures or norms, even just recognizing what's happening, like situations can be fundamentally more ambiguous in these spaces. So I think there's a lot more care that needs to go into just how we architect these spaces, how we moderate these spaces, and how we train ourselves as human beings now operating in these hybridized, digitized, non-digitized spaces.
That's really astute. Some of the work that I've done has focused on location-based stalking through augmented reality, because a lot of times when you play these games on your phone, you're actually creating a real-time map of where you are and broadcasting it out to the world. So be a little wary. It's fun, but think about the dynamics of how the game works. Also, stalking and impersonation-based harms, because there's no way to really authenticate yet that you are who you are, even if your avatar looks like that person. I think there's 2 points that I wanted to bring up before moving on. One, and I have a bit of momnesia, so we may just stick with one. One is that you don't have to be photorealistic in AR and VR for it to feel real to you. Researchers actually use AR and VR for PTSD treatment. And they do that for veterans, and they find that it's more effective to have it be representative or cartoony because your brain fills in the gaps. So when people think about it being real, it doesn't have to look real for it to feel like it's actually happening to you. And second, the way that you experience events or people in AR and VR is like your reality. These experiences, like when I talked about my grandmother, are processed through your hippocampus. And what that means is that it's imprinted on your brain in the same way that you create memories. So when people say that they were sexually assaulted or sexually harassed in AR and VR, it's because it feels like they were. It feels like somebody came into their living room and groped them. It does not feel like they read a harsh Twitter thread. It's very, very different. So I'm a former prosecutor, and the way that people describe these experiences for me are the same way that people who were physically or sexually assaulted would describe it when I would be doing cases. So let's talk a little bit about content moderation now that people are looking at me with eyes like this. Daniel, what do you think are the important differences between social media content moderation and AR/VR moderation, other than the risks of it feeling real?
Well, I think it hits really different because this kind of technology has a direct incidence on the plasticity of the human mind. Mm-hmm. So you feel it directly. You have a big problem is what kind of tools are you going to use? What kind of tools are you going to develop to moderate content? Is it enough to have like human content moderators? Or do we need to use AI? But I won't jump into the AI question yet. So first of all, it's very difficult to define the rules because it is a totally different world. So even if you recap on the definition of the metaverse, it is a digital world that is beyond our analog world and that is unbound from any social or value that we have in our current cultures. So a first approach will be what kind of methodology, what kind of instruments should we develop and should we devise to convey standards of conduct? Is it enough just to publish, like a laundry list when you start your immersive experience? Or should we come up with a different way to convey those standards? And then the second problem will be, how should we enforce them? Should we use AI? Should we just, we were just looking to a video before coming to our talk. In the United Arab Emirates, they are putting police officers in the metaverse. So is that a way to enforce that, like beyond the community standards, just moving to state law? So I would say that those are the biggest challenges of content moderation in social media and then in VR.
Kim, would you be able to go into more detail about how content moderation currently works in some of the larger experiences that many people go to? So Horizon Worlds or Ray-Ban Stories?
Yeah, I mean, I think that Daniel covered a lot of, I think, what the key challenges are of these spaces. It's not the same as being able to just do, if you will, text moderation. Not to imply that that's easy. It's a very difficult space, and we're struggling as an industry to get traction. It's getting better, but we've got a lot to do there. So, the high fidelity of the experiences means that it is very, very difficult for us to track things. And even if the flip side, we were to get really good at tracking high fidelity experiences, there's a whole question about that arises around privacy and surveillance, because now we're very good at detecting the things that we do in our worlds, and we don't necessarily want to go down that road. So figuring out sort of what that happy medium is, I think, is one of the key pieces. A lot of what we see today is taking advantage of things that we use in flat spaces. So if there are text-based experiences or increasingly voice chat, trying to use the flat experience moderation tools in these more high fidelity experiences, that's very limited because there's so much more going on in these spaces, as was mentioned earlier. Like your proximity to people, how you're moving about that world is a vector for causing harassment and stress in other individuals. So probably the most effective form that we have today is actually having some form of human observation. So having chaperones in spaces, or bouncers, if you like people that are there with the express purpose of monitoring what is transpiring in these spaces and taking action to cut off someone's access if they think they're doing something inappropriate, et cetera. That's obviously very difficult because it doesn't scale. We actually need a human who's in the rig, who's monitoring these things. It also doesn't scale in some respects because it can be very difficult to differentiate what's happening in these spaces. Part of the richness of these worlds is the ability to take on different identities. This is actually a really important part of this space and the cultures evolving around these. And it also attracts a wide range of people who have more or less experience in these spaces, come from a variety of different cultures. That mix of things means that we're stumbling all over ourselves. Things are going wrong at a pretty frequent basis. And it can sometimes be hard to differentiate what is an innocent mistake versus something that is more intentional or even more sinister. And so that scaling question then is one of having enough experience to start to detect the nuances, to know that, that person is doing what they're doing because their headset crashed, or they clearly don't know what they're doing and they're bumbling about, versus no, that person has now clipped into that person's space so many times and at a particular angle that they're definitely doing something inappropriate there. So there's a lot of those, I think, really interesting challenges that make this space so incredibly difficult.
Yeah, when I advise AR and VR companies, the one thing I wish they remembered is that this is not social media. You cannot just take community standards or codes of conduct from a 2D content and conduct code and transfer it into a 3D environment, where you're going to need content, conduct, and environment. There's kind of a joke that when Lego made a virtual world, it almost bankrupted itself trying to keep teenage boys from terraforming phalluses into the world. And it's kind of foreseeable, but it illustrates that you really need to think about what user-generated content is going to look like in this space, and it's going to be environmental, and how are you going to do that? Right now, content moderation in social media is predicated on AI classifiers. We do not have classifiers for human-to-human behavioral interactions, for environmental interactions, and Kim said the talk-to-text transcription is lagging, so it can't be done in real time in the same way. This is the Rubicon that AR and VR will have to cross before content moderation is effective. We might have the rules, but we won't have the enforcement regime that needs to follow. So I talked a little bit about the children of the corn in the Lego world. Daniel, is this just a part of online culture? And Kim mentioned global communities. How are we supposed to create a metaverse for all people?
Well, that's actually a great question. I think we should start from global rules, but they should be locally informed. And what should be the language that the metaverse should be speaking? I suggest that is something that I call the language of legality, the enlightened language of legality, which is a combination of different things. First thing, we need a constitution for the metaverse, a binding constitution for the metaverse. The second thing, we need that constitution to have a separation of powers. We need someone that makes the rules, we need someone enforcing the rules, and then if controversy arises, we need someone that adjudicates that kind of disputes. Third, we need legality. So we need to bind the behavior of everyone that is partaking in immersive spaces. And fourth, of course, human rights protection. So I think that if we speak the language of legality, then we can have a common ground for building a universal metaverse. But then one thing is to coin the principles. That's very easy. And that's something that is happening today with AI. We have a bunch of AI principles, but then it's very difficult to bring them to practice. So we need to figure out ways on how we can actually build a metaverse that conveys the language of legality. And that's something that we should call, for example, constitutionality by design or rule of law by design. And it's basically teaching everyone, engineers, developers, lawyers, policymakers, civil society, how we can actually embed those principles in the architecture of the metaverse. I think that's the only way in which we can build a metaverse for everyone.
Interesting. I like to think about the differentiation.
Apps, there's actually like people use to act and platform they don't know how to find like-minded people. You start, and I think that I have a lot of interesting things to say about this, but in really necessarily know what to do. So when you're like trying to find the report button block, and Facebook has something called safe.
Can't just be slapping wrists or putting harassment bubbles out. Any of the affordances or security to protect me, for example, as if Rails, if well,
that new. So thank you for your silence or national security. To talk here.
So close. I feel your union. We're going to let you go soon, but then tomorrow you're going to come back for a full and very administered multinational organization, though, and so I'm going to.
Tomorrow, doors open. Coffee and tea will be available. Thank you very much for bearing. Our content moderation team is A, malicious, or B, cross-platform. But this is dead jokes.
Tech dad jokes.
But if you want to troubleshoot.
We also want to just highlight quickly the whiteboard exercise. You were all way too kind, more provocative. It was a perfect encapsulation of the world of tech policy. I think it would be that.
We still got a data.
The same one.
It said dictators dictating.
Yeah.
So I think we could probably do better. Tomorrow, the last logistical note for this.
Right there.
That place
we'll tell you
just
about tomorrow.
right there.
It's just right in front of here.
Wonderful. Thank you all so much for coming today. We'll see you tomorrow.
Thanks, everyone.